7, and I'll call this work session of the SETD board to order. We'll be discussing the formatting for our financial reports during this work session. So I'm going to hand it over to Kelly to talk about what she has for us.
Good morning, board.
Good morning.
So what I provided you with is the same information from a couple of months ago, where we just kind of looked at some different ways to put together the financials, how you would like them to look. I have a couple of notes here from a couple of the different meetings. So we can start with the dashboard. I don't have any specific notes on that as any specific changes. So if there's anything that you would like to change there, please let me know.
I think something. Get to 20.
While she's looking, I will just say that I like the dashboard, but if there's longer explanations needed for some of this information as to why it is the way it is, I don't like it being squeezed into the dashboard. I'd like it on an exceptions report, a whole, like a page that has the exceptions and why they're different. And I mean, so this is a discussion. So I'm not demanding or asking you to do anything. I'm discussing this with everybody to say, you know, this works for me better that way. I don't know how other people feel about that. They may want that information right in here. And if most of us feel that way, then in the board meeting, we will decide that that's what we're asking you to do. So this is an open discussion. We are not making any decisions. We do not have a quorum. We can't, you know, decide anything there during this time. Just going to make that super clear.
So are you,
Guillermo, I want to make sure you can hear me and I'm saying it in a way you can.
I can hear you.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Got my hearing aids checked and cleaned. I'm ready to rock and roll.
Awesome.
Great.
And I remembered them.
That's always key. Okay, so that would be my first comment while Tita's looking for her specifics.
Yeah.
I mean, if there's anything longer than what fits in there, I would like an explanation, but not squeezed into that little space.
right?
Because my eyes can't handle trying to read something that's small.
And I was just kind of backstory on this, was trying to kind of just give something that was, you know, just kind of a touch point on some basic information with detail, you know, and I always am available to answer questions on additional detail and that kind of stuff. But I can work with my space a little bit more and allow for some extra information, or if it's something that, you know, I think might require extra information, I'm happy to verbalize that, you know, as I kind of go over the dashboard. So however.
So I think what would be helpful for me is if we just review the sections of the dashboard. So we've got the available balances and the statement of activity exceptions, where you have the numbers 4205, 4605. Those are the bank account numbers.
Those are the GL numbers.
The GL numbers that refer back to the general checking, the payroll account.
No, those refer back to like the profit and loss. When you look on there, those are the numbers that you'll see on there. For like income for our resources and expenditures.
Okay, so statement of activity exceptions. What does that actually mean?
It's a less than type, you know, so like property taxes, for instance, is an example on this one. I had budgeted, I don't know what I had budgeted that month, but we'll say I had budgeted $15,000 in property taxes that month, and we only received $5,000. We just didn't receive as much as I had expected us to receive.
So this is where you're explaining something from the balance sheet or the profit and loss statement that is different than we would have expected.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. Just to kind of give a snapshot.
Yeah.
So like, as you look through and you see that we're, maybe in the red for something greater than $1,000 or greater, depending on the item. Kind of depends on what I put in there.
So could we change that title to statement of P&L activity exceptions? So we know anybody looking at this automatically knows to go back to the P&L statement.
That what that's referring to.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
okay, that helps me.
I would just like to add it as a question. Is that also listing, you've been focusing on when we are getting less than what was budgeted for? Do you also put in that when we get more than?
I will put if I budgeted that we were going to receive our grant payment in September and we receive it in October, you'll see in October, received payment in month I didn't budget for, or something to that effect. So just
Okay.
say, that it's different. It's a major difference than what was budgeted for that.
Okay.
So I would suggest, don't worry about using too many words. Because like, I'm just gonna say with the STIF funds received in August, and we're looking at the October, a little more explanation would be fine. It's, nothing is there because it was already received or posted in August or something like that.
Okay.
Because I'm not thinking about just me reading it, I'm thinking about anybody.
Reading it.
Yeah,
And
so a
that's-
little more explanation isn't bad.
But that is then also what I was kind of getting at, that if this is just a reminder of what it is, then I think if it needs a longer explanation, we should have an exceptions report that's words, that has the item numbers and a
Yeah.
full explanation of, due to the budget crisis, we didn't, the ODOT not passing their budget, we didn't receive a reimbursement until X month, or we're not expecting it. So we're gonna see this reoccurring budget exception. So that we have a way to not just have the reminder, the short snippet of the words, but also a better explanation. And again, this isn't just for us. This is for the public, so that they can read this and know what was going on and know that, hey, one of the commissioners asked a question about this, so now I'm including this in the exceptions report as requested by commission,
I like that.
So essentially, you want a clarification with an addendum,
If it needs it.
if it needs.
Yeah,
Okay.
so, I mean, if just the short interim director doesn't explain what it is, then it's listed in an exceptions report rather than the dashboard. The dashboard, to me, should be a summarization or explanation, like short, quick, at a glance. But if at a glance doesn't satisfy the explanation, so if you are getting the same question from a commissioner from any random commissioner every month, maybe it should be in the exceptions report so that they can read it and be like, right, I don't need to ask that question again. It's clarified right there. So.
I would agree with that.
Do you have, just for myself, because as I look at all of these things, right, I work with them all the time.
Yes,
I see them all the
exactly.
time. So, to assist me in putting together an exceptions report, do you have dollar figure or a specific, do we just kind of want to play it by ear and just kind of see how things go? I just want to make sure that what I'm providing you is really what you're looking for. And unfortunately, it's hard for me as I'm the one that sees it all the time.
What you're hitting on is one of the ways I look at things when I'm looking at laws and I'm looking at, I look to see where is there a major difference between last year and this year or something like that. And I think it probably for me is at the $10,000 level. I think that might be something that, or at the more than or less than the 10% level.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, I I don't look at it necessarily. At first, I look at it in the percent of variance. And then I look back to see what it is. So one of the first things that I look at when I look at the budget report is not even the categories and whatever. I look at the percent of variance. And then I'm backtracking to figuring out, I mean, if we're on budget on everything and everything is within the same range, which is one of the things that I'd like to make sure that we maybe bold or make it more clear is which month are we in and what percent should these things be at? So at the top of your profit and loss,
You want it like more,
maybe call out a little bit more. I mean, right now we're looking at the June one, so it's at 100%. So it's a little harder to say,
Right.
you know, point to that and be like, oh.
because I put them in red.
Mhm.
And you just want them bold. I can do that. That's an easy.
I would prefer red.
Red
I mean,
and
red is,
bold.
yeah.
Red.
Red and bold is.
Just so that you,
Okay.
when I'm looking at it, I look at that, that's what the target year to date should be, annual to budget percent. And then when I'm looking at it, if it's significantly higher or lower, and what does significant mean? To me, I'll look at it, and if it's other vending, I'm gonna look at that and go, oh, okay, no big deal. And
Right.
I move on to the next thing. But if it's, you know, fixed route fares and it's 100% more than what it was before, well, then I'm gonna look to see okay, where's the explanation to that?
Right.
And then if there's no explanation in the dashboard and nothing in the exceptions report, then I have to ask about it in the meeting.
Absolutely.
So that's how I figure out what questions need to be asked and where are we in our budget and what's jumping out at me as. And sometimes I can find it and be like, okay, but last month it was this much less and this much, you know, then it's a timing thing and I can answer that question for myself.
Right.
So whenever it's something that explains itself, that saves us time in the meeting and we don't have to ask you the same question over again. But if you're getting, I would say one of the hints to it needs to be everywhere is if you're getting the same question every time. Yeah.
And that's where it's helpful on the very last column of the profit and loss budget performance, where you have year-to-date, actual to annual budget. That percent should tell us where we are. So like
Right.
today, we're at 25% because we've got 3 months under our belt. And so if it says 25% up there and I'm looking down and I see, 100%,
Right.
then we need to explain that. So,
Perfect.
okay.
And you'll
makes sense.
see, so, getting ahead of myself, but like you'll see, when we look at, going forward next month because of our buses, right? So you're going to see that we have 100% expended that, and it will show the rest of the year. We'll talk about that when the time comes, but that'll be one that, kind of looks funny, but when you know
Sure.
what and why.
And so then that one, I would say in the statement of exceptions, it might drop off of that,
Mhm.
but maybe it should stay on the report. And sometimes things go the other way around. They're gonna be on that, but they don't need to be in the report. And I don't think that the exceptions report is a formula. Like, once it's on there, it's always on there. It needs to be on there and it's gonna change. Your exceptions
Right.
report is not going to be the same every month.
Anything that needs explanation. And I hadn't realized that in that line where you say black is better and red is worse than, you actually do have the percentage there.
Yes.
So you said month 12, 100%. Yeah, and that's really good. That's really good. I think I want to go back to the dashboard after we talk about the other reports. I don't know.
Do you know anything that you can think of that you want to bring up at this point?
But thanks for the clarity.
I will always.
And again, I always envision that, again, we have an accountability to the community, so, gotcha.
It's not just for our
Absolutely.
understanding. We want anybody to be able to pick this up and go, I understand what they're looking at and I know where their budget is.
Especially when it has happened in the past.
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly.
Won't talk about that. Focusing on
Okay, so are we looking then maybe at the profit loss performance
Yes.
next?
And so in your packet, there's kind of two different looks of that.
Okay, that's why we have two of them.
That's why you have two.
Okay. Okay, all right. I like number 2 better. Because
Are
I
they
like,
numbered?
but I would,
Your packet might,
the pages aren't.
I didn't number my pages, but
The second one has
it would be like page 9, I think, Kathy.
Got it.
the lines for not only the lines, but also for the columns. And I kind of like that. But that might be just me.
Then pull them apart. Them next to each other.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
You know, I can go either way on this one. I find most of the time when there's a lot of numbers on the page, it really helps me to have all the lines.
Yeah,
So I can follow things down the column, especially when I'm looking at them on an electronic device, which I might have to blow up and then I don't have the headers visible anymore.
Right.
So I'm leaning towards all the lines.
okay.
Guillermo, do you see the difference between the two? Yeah. Making sure. It took me a minute.
What I would also like to add is, because this is an Excel worksheet, you can have the Excel line numbers out here. So that if we have to talk about it, I can say, go to line number 25. And instead of saying, okay, go to, 4605 other income, I can just
Line
say, go to line 25. And we all know what's going to be on line 25. But I would ask that for all the reports, that you keep the Excel line numbers out of the the left-hand side.
And I think the whole page number thing is super important, making
Yes,
sure
page
that
number.
everything that we produce always has a page number that we can refer to.
So my question with page number is, do you want, because Mary puts page numbers on the packet, so you don't want me to add additional page numbers?
I would rather have more than less, so that when we're looking at this report, if Mary puts the page numbers on there, normally they're, let's just say red, but your financial report page numbers are black because they're part of the internal report. We have 2 touch points that if they get lost in some version that somebody's looking at, we can refer to the red number in your report or the black page number in your report. So to me, it's better to default to more than less. I don't know if that makes it more confusing to other people.
Actually, you can do that real easily in Excel, with a footer.
Right.
And you just call your footer, financial report page.
Well, they're all separate reports. These are all
I
individual
see.
separate reports.
I see.
So they're not Mary brings them together and makes them one.
I usually put my page numbers on the left, because it's a place, it's kind of out of place, if you know, for the normal, so usually.
But I can add page numbers on the bottom.
Then,
So you put them on the right, because she'll be putting them
or
on
the
the
middle.
left, or the middle.
Just in case we have a center left, center bit.
There'll be black page numbers on there
Yeah.
somewhere on the bottom.
One other thing that I find handy, because especially for those of us in the public that may be looking at multiple different things, can these pages all be labeled with SETD and not just profit and loss?
Oh,
And not-
yes.
We're not assuming that these are the only financial reports somebody has on their desk.
Exactly.
Okay.
Okay, is that good? We good with that?
The other thing I was gonna ask about, and I think Tita had brought this up. So is the title or the There's
That's
an
the
each
header.
page, not every page of the report to follow through, not just
Right.
the
So
month to date actual, that
up
profit
here,
and
where
loss.
it says profit and loss, it should say SETD, profit and loss, June 30, et cetera. And that should be on every single page of the
Yeah.
profit and loss, where it's got income, where it's got expenses, the whole bit. So that exactly by looking up there, what report I'm looking at. That and then, of course, the headers for the columns need to be on every page.
Because both electronically and physically, if this was a longer than one page report, as soon as I turn the page, if it doesn't have that on there, then I have to be like, well, am I looking at the right
What
one?
page am I looking at? Yeah,
Exactly,
Right.
yeah.
Or lining them up so I can,
follow along.
right,
Yeah.
no.
Okay. Anything else on the profit and loss, the budget performance? And we're gonna,
Voting that you've got going
Yes,
on, make sure that the percentages are on there. Those are all good. I mean, I think in general, this is a good report, profit and loss report and format for us to be able to follow, I find.
Right.
So,
okay. We should just be able to flip both
Yes.
pages, hopefully,
Can you
and
flip?
go to the next.
Yeah, I would say add those lines on all reports.
You want all the boxes on the AP aging.
Yeah, I do. Makes it a lot easier.
mhm.
And that's an Excel report as well, isn't it?
Mhm.
Okay. See, and that looks really nice, the way it's, the aging, got AP aging and AR aging, yeah. If it goes towards more than one page,
Right, it'll all follow
Right.
through. I just did these all as just one
Perfect.
page, knowing that we had talked about following
Exactly.
through on the next pages.
So I have
Kind
a
of
question on the AP aging and the AR aging. Are those actually invoice numbers or what are the numbers that are in there? Are we
Yes.
using, we're referring to actual invoices?
Actually, in
Yeah.
numbers.
Okay,
And I actually do have something for that. You've got current 30, 60, 90. You need another column that says 90 plus. Because as I'm looking at it, I was kind of finding, well, wait a minute, this isn't 90 days. This is more than 90 days old. So
So we have more than 60 days,
we have,
and
at
then
the top, we have current
AR.
30.
Oh, are you looking at the AR aging?
I'm looking at the accounts receivable.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
We should have 90 plus. Because, and actually, when I looked at the computation, like, and again, we should have the lines out on the Excel line numbers, but if you go to the very second one on the AR, actually, go to the first one on the AR.
For Angie Will, yeah, back to
The
March.
due date was March, April, May, June, July, August, September.
Yeah,
That's more than 90 days overdue.
Yeah.
And so it shouldn't be in the 90-day column. It should be in the 90+ day
Okay.
column. So that we can look at this and see who's really overdue on paying their bills to us.
Right.
And I think you have enough space to do, if you
Yeah, it gets kind of
adjust your margins a little bit, you've got enough space there.
do those actually mean 30 days, 90 days, or do they mean 30 or more, 30, 60?
30, so like
30 to 59.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then 60
Okay.
to
89.
89. Yeah,
Okay.
so anything that's 90 days. So 90 days would be 90 to,
90.
or 90 to 100 and,
It'd be over 90. It would be anything
119.
over 90 days.
Yeah,
Yeah,
anything.
90 days plus.
Yeah, okay.
yeah. And make sure that however it's being computed by Excel, that you're getting them in the right columns, because.
It's not computed by Excel, it's computed by AccuFund and printed out into.
Oh,
pushed out
well,
into Excel. That's, acupuncture just does it to 90 days. Yeah,
All
they
right.
just stop. It stops at 90 days. That's the furthest that report goes when it's caught up. So it'll be a column in which I add.
Because
manually.
looking at that due date doesn't compute out.
Right, well, that's a June, so this was June 30th, so it would have been 90 days.
I got it.
So, but I can add a column that says more than 90 days and
Right.
calculate.
Or hopefully we
So,
can.
And
people
how,
under 90 days.
what,
But I'll still have to.
I guess I'll ask the question, when somebody is in arrears by 3 months or more, what are we doing to collect?
I send a letter, I call them, I talk to them, I work with them on different things. I have a couple of parking space people that struggle with mailing a check and getting that done on a monthly basis or bringing a check in. And I've talked about, they can go into their bank and do it, online through their bank, different things like that, so.
So what about, Tillamook County Transportation District that owes us money from 2024? That's a year old.
Tillamook's had a little bit of struggles.
It's $100.
Okay.
So, anyway. I guess maybe it's a
That's
point that
a
becomes a
discussion.
policy, a policy
A
discussion.
board discussion.
Yes, okay. And so then the AP. Yeah, because you have less than 60 days and more than 60 days in us being in arrears. And, if I saw more than 60 days that we haven't paid a bill, I'd be concerned. So this report gives me what I would want.
And I'll say on the different versions of it, I like the one with the extra lines also that has the differentiating lines. So you can look at, it's kind of making a section. However that all happened.
Well, the lines between.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
So-
just adds a little space for
Yeah.
visual.
Easier digestion visually.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay. So that's.
We're good with AP
And
and
we
AR.
have the consolidated balance sheet. Is that the next one?
Yeah. This is a question I think I should have asked at the beginning, but I'll ask it now. The numbers that you're using in the accounts for these different, do those match up to budget account numbers?
Yeah, those are GL numbers.
Okay, so that we use the same numbers on our
Same numbers
budget.
that cost all of those fun
Making,
things.
saying it out
Yeah.
loud.
Same numbers.
Perfect.
It's just kind of boxes or lines.
So the only thing that I would say about the consolidated balance sheet page is again, adding SETD to the title.
Yeah, and I have that in my notes to add to all of the reports.
That's the snapshot. Yeah. Okay, then the.
Do we want boxes
Oh,
or just lines?
I like the boxes.
The box.
Is this the boxes one?
Yes,
Page 12?
it says page 12.
Yep,
Yes,
I like that one.
that's
Okay.
what I like.
Just want to make sure.
Guillermo, you on the same page with that?
Yes.
Okay.
Then the cash flow projection.
And I have in my notes, and I have started on the cash flow projection, that at the bottom of it, it says does not include use of contingency. So it doesn't show that on this one, the sample one, but it does in our board pack. I added that per one of the conversations in one of the board meetings on the cash flow.
Well, since it's a projection, I'm not sure that there might come a time when the projection for 6 months down the line, the only way you can see that we have a positive bottom line is to actually get a little injection from contingency.
And that would show within the cash flow, we would show that we were bringing contingency funds in.
Right.
But as this sits right now, the cash flow does not have contingency funds in it, and that had been a concern.
But in a future report where you had to bring some contingency, you want to make sure you don't say at the bottom. Or what you say at the bottom is shows use of contingency in this month or something like that. The other thing that, and this would maybe be in the exception report, is that I was noticing there's a big difference in this cash flow projection, which is updated July 22nd, to the cash flow projection that we're actually going to look at today in our financials. And so I would want to know why there's a difference in the projection at the end of the year.
Yeah, it would depend. I don't know exactly what the difference would be, but it could be, depend on.
I made that note for myself.
Yeah.
Let's see. Cash flow projection that we're gonna be looking at. Whoops, there it is. Yeah, the cash flow projection we're gonna look at today shows an ending cash balance in June of 2026 as 1.374 million. And this one.
Probably because we didn't expect as much with the bus
Right.
since we had a board conversation, but
But that's the kind of difference. If there's a difference, I'm gonna want to know why are we thinking we're gonna have more money in June today than we thought we were gonna have 30 days ago? Yeah. So that's in your exception report.
So in the cash flow projection report, I mean, this is a new report. This is not something that we'd had before
Right.
previously. I think it's a good report.
Yeah.
I'd like to see it stay. Can we add the account number associations with the different
With
listings?
sources of funds.
Yeah.
And uses of funds.
I can with the, yes and no.
Okay,
And I say that because, like wages, taxes, and benefits is grouped together. There's multiple account numbers that follow that. Materials and services is all of our materials and services.
Mhm.
These are just totals.
sure, but isn't there a budgetary like line item number for the collapsed category too?
Not like that, no.
Oh,
It's
I
a
thought there was.
subtotal. Those are
Oh,
the
okay.
subtotal numbers.
Okay,
I could have for debt services and capital expenses
okay,
would have a number, but materials and services is like the entire materials and services on our profit and loss. So it's
okay.
lots of numbers.
Perfect. Okay, so the ones that do have it, we have the,
Yeah.
that way we have a way that we can,
Follow back.
yeah.
Yeah. And you'll notice, so if these titles in here follow back to the profit and loss. So you'll see like the subtotal for it says wages, taxes, and benefits subtotal, it's bolded
Right.
on the profit and loss, and the same with materials and services, that's subtotaled and bolded on there. And then debt service and capital expense are on their own, and so that's why it's called out the way that it's called out in there.
So on those columns, so like the projected July 2025, let's say wages, taxes, and benefits was different than the actual was different than the projected. Do you go back and update that to the actual so that it then changes?
It changes
everything
going
all the way
forward.
across?
Yeah, so
Okay.
you'll see on your one in the board report that it'll show for July and August and September, it will say
Oh, right.
actual,
Yes,
and then going forward, it says.
yes,
projected.
yeah.
And so that will change our funds available as well,
Yeah,
as we don't
yes.
spend, like, I believe our expenses at this point are around 20% and budget would be 25%. So,
Totally makes sense.
it'll change as well. That'll change our.
And adding the lines is gonna make
The
it a
line
lot
numbers,
easier
yeah.
to read. Definitely. Okay.
Did you have any other notes that included things potentially that Pamela had asked for, or did?
There was
she had said-
conversation around quarterly reports.
Oh, right.
And so that was why I had brought in my ginormous
Right,
folder.
sure.
Um,
I think what we decided about that was that we quarterly wanted a summary of what it was that you were reporting to them.
You want me to go grab, like the PDF page that I print, it shows like what we have, submitted for reimbursements? So that you can take it, let me go grab that.
Yeah.
I can take it.
Yeah.
Because that would be,
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Here was, if there's anything else that you can think of that would make looking at digesting and analyzing the financials easier for you. This isn't just what we brought up before, but anything you think of now.
Okay.
Yeah, it's this is the time to bring these things up so that we can try to make these financials are not necessarily everybody's strong suit. So, we want to make these, elementary school level digestible. Director Carr, did you have any comments or anything that you wanted to add that
No,
from your previous financials
no, we've been
experiences?
discussing this all along and
Okay,
want to make sure that, they meet all the state requirements and everything. This is more like a form function than informative thing.
yes.
That's to communicate, all this is meant to communicate our financial.
Absolutely. And just
So
use your-
whatever language you want, whatever nuances we can do, and Kelly and I talked about it at length, that, anything we can make adjustments to, as long as we're in conformance with requirements, we can do a lot of different things, make it more readable, more digestible, and more comfortable for you. So,
Right, yeah,
yeah, the foundation itself is fine.
yes.
Fundamentally, they're solid, so. The amount of money in here could be increased. That's where I have my biggest problem.
We wouldn't mind that
Unfortunately, our
either.
formatting them doesn't
Yeah,
change that.
you had some zeros. That's kind of where I'm at. There's supposed to be another comma, 3 more zeros. Until then, we're all just.
Well, I really do think that this cash flow projection that you've added is fabulous. It's really, this is, we all have to look into the future, and this makes it real.
Kelly's done a really good job with that. We've done projections beyond this year, so we don't want to cloud it with the whole, because we'll have an exercise at some point to look at the STIF funding. And I'll have a question about that later today. When we get the new STIF funding, we'll have a question about that
Yeah.
and how we're going to manage that, because it's such a small window. And well, significant amount of money in a very short period of time, so we have to figure that out. So
Thank you. Great.
those things will be, that the tool that Kelly's developed, that projection will be instrumental on how we manage that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted. It's very good having some kind of projection.
Kelly and I talk about it almost every day, don't we, Kelly?
funding.
About projections and funding.
Especially in today's world.
Well, every time I read the paper, I have to be prepared to make a change. So we're always kind of trying to figure out how to get our plans aligned with our budget and aligned with our actual operations and activities. There's just some disconnects that we're gonna be able to take advantage of with this new funding and be able to align this a lot better.
So this is what I submit to ODOT quarterly. It's just basically a snapshot. I submit obviously much more, but
Yeah.
this is the snapshot of what I submit to ODOT quarterly for our reimbursements. So it just gives, really kind of a snapshot of what our expenditures were for that quarter that are reimbursable. Without all of the extra, for both 5310 and 5311.
I think that the information that is in a snapshot, potentially without the header information, would be good to include in the packet. I don't know what in that header information we would want out publicly and then internet scrapable
Probably
versus not. So
I can
if we
talk
would
to
check
Brenda
into,
about
yeah,
that.
if we would check into that, just to make sure that that information isn't creating any risk for us, cybersecurity or financially or otherwise. But I think the information that is in here is basically what Pamela is asking you for.
And I'm happy to take this and, I mean, this information is on the dashboard in the reimbursement request piece.
It just looks different.
I
If
see.
we quarterly get this as
Something
part
to
of
that
our,
effect.
I think that, not just this page, but the,
Right.
this report, that these pages, I think that that would satisfy her desire of being able to reconcile what we're telling ODOT, what we've got here, and what we've been presented. So,
Yeah, and I can check with her later. And how much of the information from these pages?
I think your EIN showing up on there.
yes,
We want to read that.
that is exactly the one that I'm like, nah, some of this we don't want to make sure that we have, yeah.
I mean, that whole piece right there, other
Yeah,
than the fund and the dates,
Right.
you know, but the other pieces within there
I would take,
don't
Yeah.
need to be there.
yes.
Correct.
But the rest of it is pretty just basic information. So I can work on that to give a
I mean,
better.
I think that we would want to leave the fund, what fund you're reporting on. That's the one thing in that column, in that, or in that area that I think is important. Whether it's 5311, 5310, that kind of thing, so that there's a, again, reference back to what are we talking about?
Right.
So, okay, I see it now.
Yeah.
Fund 5311, 5310. All right. I was just looking to see how I identify that.
And I can make it,
And yeah,
like, you know,
we could
it
probably
prints-
get this all on one.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it
Yeah.
prints on multiple pages, but there's pieces that aren't needed, like
Right.
this part, you know, I can cut and paste. Perfect, that's what I'm trying to say. I can cut and paste.
Excellent. I think that that would make our Pamela very happy.
We would like.
We want to make you happy.
Perfect timing, Pam.
I should have come in like this all the time.
We have tried to remember things that you had said along with throughout the meetings for the financial reports to make sure that we get them in our financial
That
reports.
was very considerate. Thank you very much.
So,
So can we look at the checklisting report are we done with this one?
Yes,
This
I think so.
quarterly? Yeah. So the checklisting, I figured that's.
Yes.
Okay, so under, the column amount, maybe it's only that, no,
It doesn't make it doesn't, they don't do.
you need to make it.
Dot.
Yes, you need, because it's a round number, it's not going to, yeah.
I follow.
You saw that as soon as I mentioned it,
I've thought about it a couple of times as I print it,
right,
and I just haven't changed it, but yeah, no, I know exactly what you're saying.
other than that, again, I like all the lines and adding the, Excel line at the left-hand side, so it's very easy for me to say what line to go to. So when we do this, does it list every single check in order? Right.
Checks, over $5,000.
Oh. Okay, so that's good for us to know that it's only for checks over $5,000. So maybe that needs to be in the header. And why do we only list checks over $5,000?
That was what the board had requested.
Oh, okay. And I looked, as I looked at the current one, I thought, I've signed more checks than that.
That's not all of the checks, it's just over $5,000.
Okay, that's why.
I think that's That would be a good note to have on there as well, because then that explains sometimes the out of sequence numbers.
why there's only 3 checks on there this month, and last month there was 5 checks. Yeah.
I think it was to minimize the work.
Oh, sure. No, I'm not saying we want all of them. Just, we want on here that that it isn't. We're actually stating it, concerned about the fact that this is not all of the checks.
Right.
So let me ask you this. This is extra work. Would you not be able to get this off of our bank statement? Or does it just have the checks listed in order and it doesn't say?
It has the checks in
Yeah.
order, but it doesn't say who it's to, what it's for.
Right,
Just has
right.
the checks listed. And it has all of the checks.
Yeah.
So it's a report that is programmed into AccuFund. I literally go
okay.
into it and print the report. I mean, it's not I don't go through and pick them all out.
Okay. Sounds good. And the last one's the cash flow, which we already talked about. That takes us back to the dashboard. Anything else on the dashboard?
It might have been mentioned in one of the audits to note the overtime on your financial reports.
I don't. And I
And one of the, I don't know if it would be applicable here, but one of the reasons to separate overtime is that I know there's a shortage of bus drivers, so maybe it wouldn't make any difference. But maybe for at least to know how much you're spending on overtime and perhaps make an adjustment or think about other things.
Might there already be a report that comes out that
we
Just tell the
look
overtime?
at overtime internally. Yeah, we definitely keep an eye on overtime.
We have an exception
About it.
report every week. I
Right.
mean, every 2 weeks, and
Yeah.
look at that and track it. It's just, there's more to it than an overtime report. We have supervisors going in for drivers and other folks. We have people moving around, so we can provide some snapshot of it, but like some routes have overtime built into them. So they have to
Oh.
drive 9 hours. So the exception report gives you all the numbers. So I look at the numbers every 2 weeks and exactly how much overtime we're expending. And as you mentioned, when we have, right now, I think we had 4 drivers leave since I've been here. And so we're in a kind of a chronic driver shortage situation. Now we've hired some and we're in the process of getting them up. So we're going to be able to alleviate that. But during that period, we have a very exceptional amount of overtime.
course.
And then I think most of the time you have kind of a normal ebb and flow. So how,
It doesn't seem, okay, you've done it. So
Yeah,
Yeah,
we do monitor it, absolutely.
I don't know,
monitor it.
that's the first thing I look at.
Yeah, I know.
Then we do payroll. The first line I look at is overtime, and I look at each person's overtime, and I mean, there's only 29 of us, so it just takes a minute. And the concern is that with the shortage of drivers, we have a lot of folks that are working a lot of extra time. And we want to be sure we're aware of that and mindful of that as we assign work. But then we have our supervisors out there, instead of supervising and handling their tasks, they're driving a bus. So we know we're at this moment in time, this snapshot in time, there's a lot of overtime being incurred, a lot of extra effort being expended.
okay, it's done. So
Okay.
I don't think neither of them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anything?
I guess the one thing that you didn't present, and I just want to bring it up to the board that's here for discussion, is the credit card statements and itemization in there.
Oh, yeah.
There's a lot of detail and itemization in there. Do we need all of that, or do we, if it's within budget, I mean, how do we want to handle those going forward?
Well, I was wondering, again, because I'm new, is there a policy about how credit card charges are reviewed and validated before the credit card payment is actually made?
Yes.
So the,
Okay.
the credit card charges fall within the same guidelines as any other expense. So if they're making an expense up to $250, they can make that without approval.
Right.
$251 to $500 requires an email of approval to their supervisor, so
Mhm.
to David. And then over $500 is a requisition in a purchase order. So it falls the same lines as a regular invoice does.
And then the credit card payment, is that done by ACH or is that done?
We mail a check for that.
You mail a check, so it's a check that I'm signing.
Yes, ma'am.
So yes, because I remember looking at stuff,
Yeah.
so.
Yeah, we'll have one of those for you today.
But I'm pretty sure the credit card statement's in the checks today, so.
Okay.
Like keeping the individual items, if you can, if you start to see a pattern, what they're charging, I think it's a nice oversight just to see the charges and specifically.
You know, I agree with you on one side. Based on history and just us wanting to have our hands on all the financials, the others, that's not really our job. To watch how much each individual person is spending on their credit card. That is really not our job. That is the director's job to make sure that they are following their own policies within the organization. So I just want us to have that on our minds and kind of keep that, on our mind for potential for future discussion, because it is a little getting into the weeds of things that maybe isn't our purvey to see how that credit card policy is being administered within the district. I think that we need to keep our eyes on whether things are being spent within the right budget category that they're supposed to be in, but how each individual is using their credit card, let's just think about that.
Okay,
It's
hands off.
no, I'm just putting it out there. This is a work session. This is how I started this out. We're not making any decisions. We're talking about how we can receive an information that is more usable for us so that we are able to digest that information in a better way and do our jobs, the things that are our jobs in a better way and make that easier for us. So nobody's voting. We're not making any decisions. We're having a discussion with how this information can be presented to us in a way. So just something to think about. And we are at 10 o'clock, so our work session is now over. Any closing comments anybody wants to make about the work session?
This was very helpful. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. And when I miss something next month.
It's constantly a work in process, but we wanted to eliminate every meeting. Hey, can you change this? Hey, can you change that?
I appreciate
adapt that. Perfect. Yes. So we're going to take a quick break. We're going to pause the meeting and we are going to, so we're ending the work session at 10 and we are going to commence the regular meeting at 10:04. Calling the board meetings of the Sunset Empire Transportation District Board of Commissioners to order. And what day are we on? What is today? Thursday, October 23rd. Thank you. I'm saying that for the recording purposes. So we'll stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mary, was it in the roll call, please? Here.
Commissioner Bruce-Smith, Commissioner Romero,
Here.
Commissioner Alegria,
Here,
Commissioner McDonald, and Commissioner Montero, present.
I will note that we have a quorum.
Yes.
And I will say this just as a reminder to myself out loud, we have just a quorum, so any vote we take must be unanimous to pass. Okay. Changes to the agenda. I have several things that I need to change on the agenda. due to extenuating circumstances, I'm going to ask that we retable the August 2025 meeting minutes till the next meeting because we were not able to get them done quite yet. But that would get tabled off of the agenda. I would like to add an agenda item following the public comment, which is the acceptance of the resignation of 2 of our board members. And we would, it's been requested that we add a discussion item regarding the STIF funds, which would be added new business. Did we? Yeah, we haven't done this before, so that'll
We
be,
haven't talked about
yeah,
that before.
we'll add it to the new business. So
Make it
item
D,
11, 10B, 10E, sorry.
10B.
Sorry. Yeah, 10E. Yep.
Did you just skip funds?
STIF fund spending. And based on what I just said to start out with, that the vote must be unanimous for any vote to count, we need to re-add to continued business item 9D, a vote regarding the budget review.
9
D,
D, E, F? No. Continued business, we have E.
oh, I'm sorry, EF. Sorry, I can't. I thought I made the font big enough to read, but apparently not.
And what is the? what is the
Budget
time?
review, meeting discussion.
Oh, got it.
It's 9F.
F.
Thank you.
Yes.
Mhm.
I will explain that further when we get there, if you don't already know what that is. Okay, anybody else that needs to add an item to the agenda or take an item off the agenda? Seeing none, we would entertain a motion regarding the agenda.
I move that we adopt the changes to the agenda. I second it.
Motion has been made by Commissioner Montero and seconded by Commissioner Alegria. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Chair votes aye. Motion passes unanimously. Public comment. Is there any public that would like to make a comment? No? Okay.
Anybody online?
Anyone online that would like to make a comment? Public comment? Now's the time. You'd have 3 minutes. I'm kind of talking to give you time to press the raise your hand button so that you can let us know that you'd like to speak. Seeing none, move on to the item that I added, which is the resignation. We've received 2 letters from emails from board members that submitting a resignation. Debbie Booth Schmidt and Commissioner McDonald have both resigned effective October 19th and October 20th. Their resignation letters were received too late to be added to the packet. They will be added into the minutes. So just, this is our board as it consists right now. We have 4 members. So with regret, we are accepting the resignations. That's a pitch to the public out there. We're going to be looking for people. That's a further agenda item coming up down the line here. Moving on to the next item, approval of the September 25th board meeting minutes. Anybody, I'd entertain a motion regarding the board meeting minutes.
What page are they on?
They start on page 15. So open discussion that I will move to approve minutes.
Can we make sure that we're speaking up so the microphone?
Sorry.
Statement.
We don't usually talk about that. I move that we approve the minutes.
I second.
Motion has been made by Commissioner Montero and seconded by Commissioner Romero. Discussion regarding the September board meeting minutes. Buying you time, Pamela.
Thank you. Okay, on page 19. the paragraph under B,
Mhm.
scheduled, strategic, et cetera, and then starts out Commissioner Alegria. What, the second sentence, the first sentence is not complete. It says we did not put this in the budget because because this long enough to undertake a strategic plan at this time.
Say that again. The
Okay.
rest of the sentence is what you're finishing?
Yeah.
Okay.
We did not put this in the budget because it's not long enough to undertake a strategic plan at this time. So it's all right now. Proposed for January. I mean, the premise is not the premise. The reason is, David Carr is our new director. He has a lot to get under his belt, so we should give him some time, not only to do the day-to-day, but to see the overall. And we've had a lot of situations that he's had to take. So he should be more informed and time to get to know us.
So I think that we could have Mary review the recording to see if that is indeed all of the things that you said there, but my recollection is that you made a statement at the beginning
That's
that
all.
this was what was not in the budget, period, and then the rest of the statement. So this isn't like having the conversation again. This is reviewing the minute and what was said at the time. So
the last part I said, I know was not in there.
okay, just wanted to make sure that that wasn't all. Okay.
Okay, and then page 20, first line, second sentence. In my 22nd year working for us, so anyways, it doesn't make sense.
I'm thinking that Mary was transcribing these verbatim. Yeah.
Okay,
So he might have said it that way.
Yeah, so what I used was the transcript, which was full of errors, about 70% accurate. And then I listened to the transcript
Right.
over that.
Right.
So it's very difficult. It's very, very difficult to get it completely correct because there's things missing that I don't know are missing because they're not a transcript and I'm hearing them. So there's that. So if there's certainly want to correct it if it's wrong.
I don't know what she corrected too.
Yeah, so I think that we can look at the essence of the minutes and make sure that we aren't, that the words may not align exactly with making sense, but that's what was in the essence of the transcript. If it doesn't change the meaning of what is there, I think we need to give some leeway. This was a lot of work, and I think that verbatim transcription is very difficult and detailed, and this is not what necessarily needs to happen with our minutes. But I think that we have the essence here, and that is important, and we have this, and I guess if there's corrections that would change what is written and the meaning of what is written here, then we should discuss those.
okay.
Anything else?
No.
No?
I would just go back to page 19 again.
Can you speak up so the microphone gets all of our words, please?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Page 19, item B, I would line 1, 2, 3, just the spelling of Coraggio. Just that spelling, which we have now that
Yes,
we have.
yes. Yeah, I tried to get them all, but yes, thank you. Yeah. It's a lot different than I thought it would be.
It is.
Yeah,
isn't it?
yeah. Thank you.
So I'm just going to ask, since there's a new executive director, whether we should tell you about the spellings or not.
Yeah. I do spell check. I'm telling you, I reread it.
I didn't say that. I
It's
would-
14 pages of minutes.
I'm not criticizing.
I get mesmerized. I'm very sorry. I do not mind you telling me about corrections.
Okay, that's all I need to know.
No, do not mind. I'm sorry that you have to make them.
Okay. Anything else? Any further discussion regarding the minutes? All those in favor of accepting the minutes as corrected signify by saying aye.
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 Chair votes aye, motion passes unanimously. Reports from chair and commissioners. Commissioner Romero. Anything?
I'm glad to be here today, this morning, and I have nothing to report.
Commissioner Allegria.
Nothing to report.
Commissioner Montero.
Commissioner Allegria and I had a work session on, and you have the results in the packet, which we'll be talking about later. Also, at our last meeting, we talked about starting work on board policies, and Commissioner Allegria and myself were appointed to do the work, and just want to let you know that we will start doing that work in January.
It's been a busy month and we have a lot going on. I'll make my report nice and brief so that we can get through this agenda. I just want to mention that one of the policies that I would like the board to be looking at and the district to be looking at is an immigration policy and how we handle immigration if they were to come to knock on our doors. I have attended several sessions recently and I brought some cards that I know we can order more of that I'd like us to be able to keep at the front desk. So if you want to take a glance at that and the board wants to see how they feel about those being in our district and available. So
Has a lawyer looked at this?
those are issued by, yes,
Mm-hmm.
by legal team, yes.
You go.
This makes me think of what's called the red card.
This is the same type of thing, just a little bit longer format.
Right.
Yep. So,
Are you thinking at the front desk?
yes, at our desks.
What about on the buses?
I think this format is too big for at the buses, on the buses, but that they would be something, the red cards would be something potentially people could look at.
So is that a policy the board would set that these would be made available?
I think that it is something that the board could request to have be made available. So,
I wouldn't think we would need a policy to disseminate this information.
yeah, the board could just request that we have this available at the desk.
I would make that request. But the board has to make it as a board.
Let's make sure we're speaking to the microphone. So that's just part of my board report. I think that that's valuable information, and especially for our community to have available. So
are we officially requesting it, or do we need a motion?
however you'd like to
Recommend.
make that recommendation.
I move that we recommend that this form be available at the front desk of the transit center.
I'll second that.
Motion has been made by Commissioner Montero and seconded by Commissioner Romero. I trip over all of the O's here. To make these Know Your Rights cards available at the desk at the transit center. Any discussion?
I would just have to comment that I commend us for doing this as a person of color, of Latino descent, and as a lawyer who used to do immigration work. This is really significant and very important. Thank you.
Director Carr.
Well, I support your sentiments. I'm concerned a little bit about how this relates to our transit services. And I know while we normally provide public service stuff and other information to the public, is there like some risk to us or some possible negative feedback we could get if we engage in this type of activity? it seems like it's a highly charged.
It is a highly charged.
And so stepping into that, just, I want to know that there's.
That's why I asked about a lawyer. But there are Hispanics who take the bus, you know, and some of the bus stops are isolated and they can, you know, go there, or they could hang around here somewhere, which have been some of the behavior of ICE people.
I would say that this card doesn't say that we're on one side or the other. It is presenting people with information regarding their rights as people living in this area using our services. And it doesn't put us on one side or the other, and it helps our community, our ridership, all of our ridership know their rights.
I would
So-
agree with that.
No, I would concur with that. We're just making information available and a decision. Now, I think an example of what you're concerned with, if we were to walk around the community and hand these out, that's one thing, but making it available for individuals who want it, you know, and individually they can seek this information, you know, here or, you know, again, I keep, as a person of color and as a person of Mexican descent, and I keep track of what's going on throughout the Northwest regarding this, and it's just appalling. It's unconscionable, and there was an incident that just happened in Idaho that was just, an example and the tip of the iceberg, what is happening not only to people of color, but to people who are U.S. citizens. Anyway, and I think anything that any entity can do to make information of this sort available is significant.
Yeah, I see this as us providing information to all of our community and we're not.
To just,
In a policy and an immigration policy and how we would deal with any sort of enforcement action taken on our property is an entirely different thing than what this is. This is merely dissemination of information.
and it's being done, and I haven't heard of problems with it because it is informational.
Exactly.
And we're here to protect our passengers. And this is a form of protection that they know their rights.
My concern, I personally agree with you 100%. There's I'm a person of color and I think that same way. My concern is that as a transit agency, with organization of activities like this, the polarized political environment, what happened in the most recent legislative session, if we start posturing in any way, one way or the other, I'm concerned at how that reflects to us at that level. Just want to put it out there that, we have, like you said, we're not on one side or the other, but this is the kind of activity that lends itself to be identified. And there are individuals out there who would weaponize or polarize around this. And, transit's in a vulnerable position as it is. And so adding these kinds of risks to it, we do it at our own peril. So I just want to go on record to say that.
Okay. The board has voted to recommend to the distribution of these at the transit center. So we're going to move on to the next item. That was the end of my report. Financial reports.
Morning again. One thing I wanted to kind of touch on, David and I had talked about the interest rate that we're receiving on our contingency, on our contingency fund. Excuse me. And so we're currently receiving just under 2% from Lewis and Clark Bank. We looked into LGIP, and it actually just updated yesterday, I believe it was. And it's 4.5% with LGIP. So that's something that we need to think about if we want to move that contingency fund or if we want to leave it where it's at. Obviously, we're going to earn more interest if we move it.
Explain what LPG is.
LGIP, local government investment pool. It's one of our bank accounts, holds our county funds. And so we can have additional accounts within that. So the board had, when we set up our contingency fund, made it so that that money was in its own separate bank account. So it wasn't just, in our general fund or anything like that, so that we also have to ask permission from the board in order to make a transfer out of that account. So if the board did decide that we wanted to move that to LGIP, it would still have its own separate bank account. It wouldn't be in our regular LGIP fund. It would show, it would be on our dashboard the same as it is now in its own account. So just something food for thought there.
It's all FDIC insured,
It's all FDIC insured, yes.
and it's sponsored by the state or the
It's
local government.
It's the local government, so it's listed throughout to be, you can have more than the 250,000.
So we make sure we're speaking to the microphone, not to each other.
Yes, I'm sorry, I don't have a lot of voice today.
Yep, no problem.
And I have a presentation later, so
Yeah.
try to reserve that. So just a food for thought for you guys if we want to move that forward. I'm happy to reach out to Lewis and Clark. I know there's been talk in the past, you reach out to your bank and see what they're willing to match. So David or I could handle that. So just the top there. Any other questions yet?
Well, you've read my mind, because this is something I've been thinking about, is why we have almost $1 million sitting someplace receiving a little less than 2% interest. And how can we make our money work for us better? 4%, that you said 4% at LGIP?
5, it just changed.
4.5, that's about the highest you're going to get.
Yeah.
Just about anywhere, because I watch that stuff. What I would like to know is, if we move it to LGIP, how, and we needed to take it out, obviously the board has to decide to use contingency funds. What is there are there any penalties? What is the mechanism? Is it just like any old bank account?
The only difference with having it in LGIP versus having it in Lewis and Clark, LGIP takes an extra day for that transfer. So if I request a transfer first thing in the morning, because they're in East Coast,
Right.
it will be there tomorrow. If I request it late morning or in the afternoon, it's not the next business day, it's the following business day. So that's the only thing there. But
And I don't think that would ever get in the way of things.
No.
I was actually coming to this meeting prepared to suggest that we look at ways to make our money work for us better. So if it needs a motion, I would make the motion that we authorize David and Kelly to look into moving our money to LGIP and more than doubling that interest rate.
I second it.
Motion has been made by Commissioner Montero and seconded by Commissioner Alegria to authorize our finance officer and our executive director to look into moving our contingency fund into an LGIP account.
Thank you.
Look into.
Yes.
So-
I will not do it without.
Well, you're gonna see about the matching. So that you could, if we can stay with our local bank and they will match the interest, which would be amazing.
I don't foresee that.
We won't count on it. Nobody hold their breath.
No.
But I think it's
important to give them that
Yes.
opportunity.
So do we need to say that if they can't find matching, they can go ahead and move it?
So you made one motion.
I know.
Now we're making to have a
Okay.
discussion
So
on that. Yeah.
Let's finish that motion
Yeah.
and then maybe we.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion made signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion passes unanimously.
So then I would like to make another motion, because we have a volatile market out there, and to see interest rates come down before we get our money in there. And so I would make the motion that if we cannot find a matching rate with Lewis and Clark, that we authorize our finance officer and executive director to move the contingency fund to a fund at, or an account at LGIP.
Motion has been made by Commissioner Montero to authorize the moving of the funds into an LGIP if there is no matching funds available from our matching interest rate at our current bank.
The 4.5 is in there? Or just the highest interest rate?
And it doesn't match the LGIP account. There's a motion on the floor.
Could you just repeat it, please?
The motion is that if they cannot find the matching interest rate to LGIP at Lewis and Clark Bank, that we authorize our finance officer and executive director to create an account with LGIP for our contingency funds.
I'll second that.
Any further discussion?
David did.
Commissioner Director Carr.
I heard there's some openings.
Yeah.
Anyway, the LBIG fund has a variable interest rate, so they were paying 4.6 yesterday, it's from 5 today. There's a chart that we have showing the,
By how much?
so it changes periodically. So
Sure.
it's not a fixed rate, it's not like a CD.
Right.
So being 4.5 now, we can draw on it as we need it. But the interest rate has been demonstrated over the course of time that it's been significantly higher than what we've been getting at Lewis and Clark. So, but it's not a fixed rate, it does vary.
Thank you.
That's good
Going to bring
information.
that up, yes.
Good information.
So it's not if we don't jump now, we miss out on an opportunity. That rate is likely to be higher than normal banks, but it also is going to change. So,
The opportunity cost is just however long we wait to make the decision.
yes,
So that-
exactly.
Yes.
It's not a long, if it goes to 2.5, we don't miss it because
But I think it merits, based on our time frame, the opportunity to
Yes.
move if the conversation goes as we suspect I think that I'm in favor of this motion. So,
Agreed.
any further discussion? All those in favor of authorizing finance officer and executive director to actually move the funds from the contingency fund into an LGIP account if the matching funds are not, interest rate funds are not available from Lewis and Clark, signify by saying aye.
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 Okay.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion passes unanimously.
Okay. We will work on that.
Good deal.
Sorry, my brain is not quite working this morning.
Did everybody get a chance to look at the financials? And if you have any questions about the financials? Commissioner Allegria.
Page of 4. I may not have read this correctly. It's difficult to read.
What's the title of the report?
Well, accounts payable is in a different order than we normally have.
Okay, so those were part of the work session materials. So that's not the financial report. That was the work session materials.
Okay.
The financial report
So-
actually starts
Yeah.
on page 29.
So you covered the balance sheet,
So those are all work session
Those were
materials.
work session materials.
but this is not right.
It's old and it was just for formatting.
It was a sample from June.
Oh, okay.
So our actual current finance report starts on page 29.
So I would say to that, if we could, when we put together our packets, make sure that we have leading pages to the different sections so that they're separated and we know what's what, because it all just flows one into the next without knowing what it is that we're looking at. So And based on our discussion at the work session, we're going to make some requests about the financial report, correct?
Yes.
Do we need a motion for that?
Yeah, we're gonna,
So the profit and loss statement has been corrected?
that's all of the first section, the very first part that you got that comes before the minutes is all work session. It's all discussion material.
This was on our work session stuff.
So we're going to page
29.
Okay.
Really?
Yes, please.
So find some time. I've looked at your question on the cash flow projection, and I don't have an exact answer for you, but part of the our projection is higher than what it was then is because we received that $60,000 back. Is in our projection going forward, but it was not in our projection. And then our expenses are lower, so that those funds just continue to roll forward. And so it's not a perfect like dollar figure for you, but reasoning behind why it looks the way it looks.
So while Pamela's looking for her thing, I would like to make the motion that all of the recommendations that we discussed at the work session be adopted for I'm going to say improvement of the reports, of finance reports to the board.
Those would include an exceptions report if it needs to be expanded upon beyond the dashboard. It would include grid lines for all of the reports with headers and the label SETD added to all the pages, just making sure I don't miss any.
The page number,
page
line numbers on the left.
Yes, line numbers on the left and page numbers on each page. Did I miss any?
Maybe I have notes like on
Something about color.
Oh, the bolding. So along the right hand side of the profit and loss, we have where if it's higher or lower, it's in red, and we're going to bold that. The dollar. There's on the checklisting maybe, or accounts receivable, one of them checklisting, adding the 90+ days on accounts receivable.
Yes.
Wouldn't it be easier and more accurate if you had it written down and proved it the next meeting?
I have no.
He does.
I have
He does.
no. I have no. I just don't have them over there.
We're just noting what we discussed. Summarizing.
But we had a whole work session about it. We're not going to do it all over again next meeting.
Right.
No, I
We're
just
gonna
meant
go
to, it,
So that's what we're doing now. Yeah.
yeah, that you have it written down, make sure it's correct.
That's what we've got. So any questions on the financial reports?
Did you get a second in my motion?
Oh, yeah, correct. So there's a motion.
I'll second that.
There's been a motion made and a set by Commissioner Montero, seconded by Commissioner Romero to adopt the recommendations discussed during the work session, which included all the items that I listed. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I abstained since I'm not,
Must be unanimous.
It has to be unanimous for us to do it.
okay. Hope you did a good job.
It's not a once and done thing. We can always change the further things. So all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion passes unanimously. Any questions about the financials? Still buying you time, Pamela. Any questions about the financials?
Thank you.
So one thing I will talk about really quick, just because it's on the exceptions piece of it, and it was something that we had discussed. The STIP had budgeted originally because I knew that things were kind of running behind in some different things, that we would receive those in September. We received them in August. So you'll see in September that there's a big factor there, but if you look over a little further, you'll see that we did receive those funds. The other thing is our 5310, it says 5203 on there, the mobility management. I budgeted that we would receive those funds in September. We did not receive them until October. So I noted in there that we received them in October, and you'll also see down below in the reimbursements requested, but those funds were received in October. We received our 4 buses. We are processing payment for our 4 buses and have our reimbursement process for those. All of that is all flowing as we had hoped in our many conversations with Arla. Thank you very much for that. So that has played out as we had hoped that it would. So it allows our cash flow to continue looking in a positive manner.
And that's the 4 buses is the $669,000 listed on the cash flow projection for October capital expenses.
So the buses account for the negative 43% variance and the $220,000 under.
They will be, they'll show in their October, but just so that we know that I think it's coming through. So the negative, the 43% is that we had budgeted that we would receive $505,000. And we're off, like, we've expended 19.48%, and we received 19.48% of what we've budgeted,
Mhm.
but we've expended
19.22%.
Yeah, so we're just a little.
So our total net is 40. It is total expenses at 19.05%.
Okay.
Yeah,
We're under budget.
we're under just a little.
Any further questions about the financials? And entertain a motion regarding the financials.
I move to accept the financial report.
I'll second it.
Motion has been made to accept the financial report by Commissioner Montero and seconded by Commissioner Romero. Any further discussion? All those in favor of accepting the financials signify by saying aye. Aye. Chair votes aye. Motion passes unanimously. Continued business. So Title 6 language update.
Yeah, so Title 6 update was requirement of our RLS report. We were intending to send you that report as we agreed to in the last board meeting, but we had some printing problems, so a couple files didn't quite print out, so we'll have this for you later this month. In the Title 6 update, the Title 6 update requires us to do 2 things. In the first one, you can see up here where they talk in the original one where there's a term about what the protected classes are, or the named classes are. And so the ones that are struck have been struck by the federal government, and this is the new requirement for us in terms of all of our federal documentation in order to be in compliance. So to get our Title 6 in compliance, we changed the category, the verbiage, less what's struck out. And so that brought us, and we need to have this approved in order for us to complete the last checkbox on the RLS review. The other part of this was in the discrimination complaint form. They requested that we add the word disability to section 3. So that was done. And then the name on the report was changed from the previous director to my name. And those changes were made and incorporated in the policy, policy you see here. And we'd like to ask that we have that approved by the board.
Let me go back. Commissioner Leger.
Supposing we don't approve it,
We would not be in accord with our federal guidelines, and it would have us out of compliance with our Title 6, which is a fundamental part of our federal funding. So the federal funding we get 5310, 5311, and 5339 all require us to be in accord with their requirement.
So Sunset wouldn't receive funding if we didn't.
It potentially could, but the RLS report specifically calls out for us to update our report, and part of the RLS report ties back to our agreement with ODOT and our loan and our STIF funding. So essentially, non-compliance with this could put us in non-compliance for our state and federal funding.
Excuse me, can you show us the total document, like page 1? Or...
You have it in the
It's
packet.
in the packet.
Oh,
Page
okay.
43.
So I have Commissioner Montero, I have a question about the language change. Did they specifically say that language had to come out?
Yes. Specifically.
Yes.
Madam Chair. Makes.
Yes.
There are other titles that cover the other protected classes. Title VI specifically just protects race, color, and national origin. But there are other titles that protect the rest.
Then I am confused about why disability is included on the complaint form if Title VI doesn't cover disability.
Because you can have one complaint form that has like, that you can add disability onto, so you only have one complaint form.
This specifically says it's a Title VI complaint form and we're adding disability in one place and taking it out of another. I mean, that to me is not congruent and doesn't make sense. I understand that we're being required to change this language. I have a personal, I have a problem with the intent of this section, not the fact that we are required to do it by the feds. I know what they're doing and what they're after. Personally, I have this goes against exactly the reason that we had our attorneys look at the ODOT agreement that we just signed in saying that Oregon is contesting some of these things, and at the same time, we're being required to change our language in our policies. That doesn't mean that I don't think that we need to do what we need to do to be in compliance with the audit, but this is exactly why we had that agreement looked at, to make sure that we were being protected under Oregon state law, not just the federal requirements. And this right here is my biggest problem. We're taking disability out of protected class and putting it in on the complaint form, even though we're specifically not calling it out as something that is protected. Commissioner Legria.
What, if the state is pursuing to counteract this, if we said yes to removing it and the state wins the suit, can we remove this?
I mean, we can come in and change our Title VI language anytime we want. Whether it is in compliance with what we're supposed to have according to the state and the feds is always going to be a question depending upon what we change it to. So, I mean, we changed these words. I was here when we changed these words. I was part of changing those words to include all of those different things so that we had it in policy, our Title VI policy, that those were protected classes because we, as a district, wanted to call them out as protected groups in our services. And so if the state or the feds are now changing that language and changing the recommendation on that, it's because of current situations and the current situation that we're in.
And this is the feds telling us we have to change it, not the state telling us.
It's a recommendation from the RLS report that was an audit done on our compliance with regulations so that we continue to receive state and federal funds.
Who produced the RLS report?
It was a requirement, I believe it's from ODOT.
So it was my understanding, and I'm really pulling out of the memory banks now, for our Title VI report, we had to have language that at least covered the groups that the state required, but it didn't limit us from protecting more classes. That was a discussion that we had when we very first did of Title VI many, many years ago. So I would be in favor of us adopting this language and looking at whether it is actually that we can protect more. We can do more. We can go beyond the state guideline as far as protection, but we can't do less. I believe it's one of those things. We can't protect less than what they're recommending, but we could protect more. Commissioner Montero.
I don't disagree with you. However, I'm just looking at that whole discrimination complaint form. And at the top, there are two boxes that you make a choice. One is Title VI and one is ADA. And I could see why disability needed to go onto this form, because if you're going to use this form for ADA and it doesn't say disability on it anywhere, you can't use the form. So I can see why that has to be added to this form. And discrimination, and under section 3 of the form, where we have to add disability, it already has race, age, national origin, color, and then other. And it would seem to me that if you circled other, you'd be able to use one of these other protected classes. Am I being too simplistic in my thinking?
I agree with your comment about it applying because it's ADA, and it certainly is applicable, clearly applicable in this instance. The addition of other terms, that's, again, it's a political climate we're in, and it's a governance thing that, you know, at the level we're at, I really kind of don't like to weigh in. Personally, I have a very strong opinion about it. Mm-hmm. But for the operation of the agency, we want to be in compliance. We want to receive funding. We want to, this seems to me, while I don't agree necessarily personally in principle, it does leave us the opportunity to have it does leave us the opportunity to ponder the question how we would do otherwise. But they're, in order to comply with that specific audit and that specific request from our funding source, where they've requested us to do this, this is the last box we need to check off, and that's why we're bringing it to the board. I think the greater issue is certainly worthy of some discussion, and I think we need to have that, but I think this may not be the right form. But that's up to
Commissioner Romero.
I have this question to David. Amongst your arena, all the executive directors, have you had a discussion about this, or is this just something you?
I have not had opportunities to speak with other executive directors about it. Other folks that I've talked to throughout the industry and folks that I've worked with before, we all have our personal opinions, you know, and I think it leans one way depending on, you know, your leanings. As far as operation of the agency goes, to be in compliance, to receive our funding, this is what they're requiring us to do.
That's the bottom line, right?
You know, I wish I had.
No, not for you, but that's.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, and so that's why I'm bringing this forward. Yeah, if there was.
That's right.
Yep.
So we have this as a action item. We need to either approve the changes as they are outlined in the audit report or not. I would entertain a motion.
It's just so difficult to do. It's so wrong. It's so disgraceful. So we don't want to hurt the agency, but to approve a disgraceful discrimination is very difficult to do.
So I will just say, I very much appreciate your sentiment, and we're not approving discrimination, we're taking language out that provides protection. And I 100% understand the sentiment, but let's be clear, we're not approving discrimination. We are taking language out that would provide extra protection potential. So that is what is on the table. Do I have a motion?
And only because we are adding the language, or any other protected characteristic. Does that allow me to make this motion that we accept the changes?
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
For the transit, or money, that's what we're talking about. Next second.
Motion has been made by Commissioner Montero and seconded by Commissioner Alegria. Discussion. Jason?
I just wanted to make sure that we understand that we're adopt this. And currently, right now, what we have on our website is the old document. It's still there. It still exists. Upon your adoption, that will change. I just wanted to make sure we're clear. This is adopting, not necessarily. I mean, we're approving the adoption of this.
Doesn't mean personally approve.
Yeah. Seeing no further discussion, call the question of accepting the changes to this document that we adopted as a board previously. So we're changing the document. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Commissioner Romero. Can't abstain.
Okay, I didn't stop. Aye.
Commissioner Alegria.
Aye.
Commissioner Montero. Aye. Motion passes begrudgingly unanimously. And we can use those words in our minute.
And I would like to take the opportunity afforded by Robert's rules to, I'm really opposed to what I just did and do this under duress.
Same here.
Amen.
The board is unanimous in their disapproval of these changes while adopting them at the same time for the function of our district. Moving on to the next agenda item. The Oregon Transportation Alliance Conference. Director Carl.
This actually becomes somewhat moot in that we're not attending the conference. We're not able to do that due to some manpower shortages, and I will be moving to my home and my family here to this region. So I won't be available to go, and because of the other staff shortages, the other staff members declined to attend.
Staff is not attending.
Staff is not attending. I will confirm that I received the rural, the assistance scholarship application for TITA, so they have received your application.
Thank you, Mary.
And we're expecting to receive, so it's a $1,300 expense, and we expect to receive a scholarship about 80%. So your participation will be covered by this.
Great. So we will be represented, SETD will be represented. We are sending Commissioner Montero. I will be there to represent the district at the same time as doing other work. So I'm not going on behalf of Sunset Empire Transportation District. The way that it all happened, we had limited funding. We had to choose one person. I did receive your request, Commissioner Romero, but it was after I had already, so, and then all kinds of other things happened and we just stuck with the one. So we are looking forward to the Special Districts Association conference that will be in Seaside. So more of us will be able to attend that because there will be less travel expenses involved.
And when is that?
That is in February in Seaside. Yes. First week of February. So, following the conference, we will be expecting a report back from our commissioner.
How many places
So
do I
that
have
she
to put in
can,
this thing?
report back to us maybe about most valuable information she picked up at the conference, since this will be her first experience being there with all of the other transit people. Board midterm vacancy committee timeline proposal.
Okay. So as I indicated earlier, Pamela and I met and put the finishing touches onto the timeline and the filling the vacancies. So what you have in your packet, I'll start off with a timeline. And given that we now have 3 vacancies, there'll be a couple of changes that need to be made probably to the press release in terms of what we say. But so the timeline that we're looking at, and we worked backwards from our next board meeting, which is on December the 18th. That will be the board meeting at which the board makes the selection of hopefully 3 new commissioners. So press release has been written. Well, it's in your packet. We'll go over it. We can drop that tomorrow, and packets can be the application packet could be uploaded to our website tomorrow. It could be printed and available here at the Transit Center tomorrow. And the deadline for receiving applications would be set as noon on Monday, December the 1st. And we would have a public meet and greet of candidates, of applicants, I guess I would call it, on Sunday, December the 14th. That would include us interviewing the candidates, again, publicly. And then the board making its selection on December the 18th. During the period that that applications are being received, we would want to put together the questions that we would ask at the after the meet and greet. And so I would ask that that the other commissioners submit questions to me so that we end up having some questions that we ask all of the applicants the same question. So I'm going to go past. Is there anything I missed on the timeline, Pamela?
There are no times. There are no times for selection.
I did. You mean the hour of the day? Oh, well, that's for us to still decide what hour of the day the meet and greet would be. Obviously, at the board meeting, it's going to be during the board meeting. But I think those are the only 2 places where we would need to insert times. And so, and we can decide that today, or we can decide that as in the interval of time. Okay. All right. So proceed then to the press release. The press release shows me as the contact person. I would need to change this press release to say we announced 3 vacancies on the SETD board. And this is very easy to update. And we would say what positions. We've made it clear that you must be a registered voter in Clatsop County to be eligible to apply. We've indicated on here some really basic responsibilities that you would need to know about fulfilling if you're applying, and that is that you're attending meetings, that we set policy, The fact that we're going to have a meet and greet, how to access an application packet. There's the link to the, a link to the website, and also that you could pick up the packet at the transit center, which is open Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. And then the deadline for completed applications. Have I left anything out that you think needs to be added to that press release?
I would just look at that and look at our staff to our executive director to see if there's anything in there that jumps out as something that can't be done. That looks like it's all doable. I don't want to impose on staff to ask the same question without approval from the executive director.
Correct.
I don't see any problems.
No problems.
I can update that.
So we can get that information uploaded to the website between now and tomorrow. Yes.
No, probably not. We can give it to them, but they have to do it.
Yes,
It goes to the
they.
website. Oh, we have people that, the techs that do it for us. We don't go in and actually update. So we send it to someone else that updates it. It usually is done within a day, but I can't
Okay.
guarantee.
But the other thing is, not only do you update this, put the press release on the website, you're going to put it on the Facebook page, and you're going to send it out to.
But it will get up on the Facebook page.
Yes.
So, and can that also link to the application on the Facebook page? Can you link the application there as well?
research that.
Okay, perfect.
Well, the link,
We'll look into
the link is in the press release.
Perfect.
So,
Yes.
okay. And then there's the application packet, which was updated somewhat by Pamela and myself. Again, has the link for to the SETD website where people can access video, minutes, and agenda packets from previous meetings. So rather than us printing things out and having a slew of paper, we're telling them, you go to the website and this is where it's available. And
The packet will need minor updates as well to.
the first page of the packet will have to update the positions that are open. Otherwise, we've updated any other information, and we've included the mission is in here, and what board members are responsible for doing. And attending and participating in board meetings, it's all in your packet. In terms of what, two things that definitely were added. Last one, connect with the community, promoting the use of public transit. And then there's the application. And this is pretty much the same as we presented at the last board meeting. Are you registered to vote in Clatsop County is part of the application. And we added the question, if appointed, would you seek to be elected to the SETD board in the future? That's not a make or break. It's just an informational kind of thing. The application deadline is there. How to submit an application is there, either in a sealed envelope addressed to me, and they can either mail it or drop it off at the transit center. Questions?
Any questions?
Pamela?
No, I don't have any questions.
Commissioner Legger?
On page 76, that participate in budget committee activities, that the
Yeah.
fourth one should be meetings. I think covers everything. Because committees is different than a meeting. Committee is different than a board meeting.
Yeah, it says participate in budget committee activities so as to review, approve, adopt.
Because you also participate in a board meeting, not board committee.
It doesn't say board committee, it says
That's what I meant.
budget committee activities.
To say board meetings, and that includes board meetings and committees.
Well, the first thing is attend and participate in board meetings. So it's just trying to say that you also have a budget committee responsibilities. It's just emphasizing the fact that that is one of your responsibilities. All the activities that go along with being on the budget committee. Just making it clear. I think that that makes sense.
So, I guess I'm asking for approval for us to follow this,
Execute the timeline and
execute the task.
process as presented.
Right.
Is that a motion?
It's all right.
I'll make the motion.
I'll second, excuse me,
Motion has been made and seconded. Motion made by Commissioner Montero and seconded by Commissioner Alegria to adopt and execute the timeline and process to fill midterm board vacancies. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Chair votes aye. Motion passes unanimously.
And I will have the updated stuff to you, Mary.
Okay, next item is the TAC committee vacancy report. We had assigned Commissioner Booth Schmidt to work with our administrative assistant to come up with a similar sort of timeline and process for the TAC committee. Unfortunately, that wasn't able to happen. Mary did present us with a lot of great information. I'm open to the board's suggestions as to how we should proceed with this at this point in time. Commissioner Alegria.
so I was on for one meeting, two meetings, very short time. I think that the board needs to work on what they want. We've lost a lot of good people on tax throughout the time. Also, there haven't been meetings on it. So I think in order to attract people who are interested in meeting, that we firm it up on what we expect of them, not waste their time, and give them something to do. So what seems to me what has happened, pardon me, in the past is the executive director, it seems, has chosen the projects, goes to TAC, and I was never there, I wasn't the representative at the time. Then it comes back to the board. The board can't change anything, any of the projects, unless they write a letter to ODOT. So that to remove or change the content of a project. So I think it needs to be firmed up by the board, what we expect, the time period, and the responsibilities. And it seems to me that they weren't given a lot of responsibilities. They did start working on the bylaws, and then everything kind of disintegrated.
It's my understanding the TAC committee approval is required for some of our plans, our STIF plan specifically. So there's I believe it's a statutory requirement that we have these plans approved by a committee, TAC committee. So we need to have a committee, however it's composed or comprised of, to be able to review and approve those specific plans so that we can, again, it's a continuation of funding thing. So.
Yeah, we need to fill those TAC positions, and the people we fill them with is based on a list of required representation that we have that we were given by the state. So I think that we need to come up with a similar application as to the board members for the TAC committee. I think that we can use our application for the board vacancies as a template as well as adding a couple check marks in there that would include what groups the person would be representing or able to represent. And we could entertain applicants at a future meeting. I don't think we can do this both at the next meeting. Seems like a lot to both appoint board members and TAC members for the next meeting. So let's get that application template formatted, and then we can approve it and release it at the next meeting. So then that would be when the TAC committee timeline would start, would be following the next meeting versus setting out both applications now. Commissioner Allegria.
So I perhaps didn't explain. I think it seems like the only thing that the TAC committee does is put projects in order of priority. And if that's the case, I think it should be stated very precisely. If it's not, that's what I have to say.
Commissioner O'Hara.
Having sat on the TAC for some years, I think it's been the executive director who has decided to limit what the TAC does to fulfill just the items that are necessary. That doesn't mean that the TAC can't do more. I think that members of the community who are on the TAC might want to have a bigger voice or be, I see the committee as one that can make recommendations. And it does say in the bylaws that that committee is supposed to meet quarterly. It has not been meeting quarterly for the last 2 years, I believe. So it has not been used in the appropriate fashion. So I think this is the opportunity we have to not only fulfill the basic requirements, but to really make this a true community input into and recommendations to the board.
Commissioner Romero, anything to add?
Okay, in summary, can you tell us what the committee does and the purpose of that committee?
What we've done in the past was simply, we were presented, these are the projects that have been determined by the staff to be the projects to use the STIF funds. At determination and the decision or the recommendation as to the priority of those projects was then a recommendation that this committee made to the board. This committee had to approve it, make the recommendation to the board in order to fulfill all the requirements that were necessary. And that's all we were used for. That's all we were used for. That's not to say that there couldn't be other uses.
So the Transportation Advisory Committee is what this committee is called. They are required, they became a requirement following House Bill 2017, and when the funding changed from a different mechanism to the STIF mechanism. And so they are the advisory committee, and they have a specific makeup in order to be able to demonstrate that they're representing a diverse part of our community that we serve. They are statutorily required to meet twice a year, I believe it is. Arla, is that right? We added 2 more meetings as part of our, the desired groups bylaws that have not been adopted yet, because they wanted an opportunity to be more engaged. They're required twice a year. Our director has a question for us that we added to the agenda that would typically be first addressed by our TAC committee. Because we don't have really a TAC committee right now, it comes to the board to consider at this moment. Everything that has been said is true, and we don't have a committee that complies with the requirements at this point in time. So we need to get more people to agree to be part of our TAC committee so that when there are projects that are proposed that typically do start with the district to say, hey, these are what we're looking at, prioritize them, tell us what you think, help us fine tune them. What are we missing? What needs to be changed? Those are all questions that can be asked in that committee and held with that committee, as well as potentially, do you have ideas for other projects? That's the piece that hasn't really happened in the past. That is, I'm hearing is something that is desired. So in order to have this committee be an actual functioning, viable part that is contributing to this process, we need people. We need people in specific categories. It can't just be, we've got 5 people from the college that are going to sit on the committee. Great. They're there, they're active, they're willing to participate. Sorry, I'm calling you out. But there's specific requirements. We can't do that. They have to represent certain groups. And so that is why this process is a little bit more tricky than saying, are you a registered voter in Clatsop County and anybody can apply? So we need to fill specific slots on that committee. While we're putting these applications out for the board vacancy, the board will be considering these requests regarding the STIF monies that are on the table today. So we are the TAP committee right now, and we still do not meet all the requirements because there's not enough of us. So we need to have this on the agenda. We need to get these slots filled, and we, 4 people, need to not only be looking for people to fill our board vacancies, but also the TAC committee. That is our job right now. So we have the potential of putting out an application for the TAC committee. When do we want to do that? Do we want that available now, following this meeting, based on previous TAC committee applications? Or do we want the opportunity to change that, adopt it, and then have it available for the public at the next meeting? That is the summary of the question on the table. And did you have anything to look at?
I was just going to suggest that when we are talking to potential board members, that those, if we're fortunate enough to have more applicants than we have positions, then we would certainly want to encourage them to consider participating in this if they were to meet the criteria.
100%. Okay, so how would we like to proceed with this? Are we tabling it till the next meeting? Are we asking for a template of an application so that we can approve it at the next meeting? What are we doing? Yes, Commissioner, Administrative Assistant Parker.
My last words here. Doing this at the same time might be a little confusing for the public, right?
You're reading my mind.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, yeah.
Because
Why I made the question exactly the way I made it.
You're reading my mind.
Yeah.
Commissioner Montero.
Mary's
Go
reading my
ahead. No,
mind.
it's
Yes.
I agree.
I think it would be too confusing. Also, I agree with Executive Director Carr in that if we have enough candidates and more candidates than we have positions for commissioners, and then we're going to promote them, maybe to promote that they look into applying for the TAC. You can't do that at the same time. It's a waterfall.
Okay, so I am going to make a proposal. Since we need somebody to come up with an application template, and we have somebody that just did an application, Commissioner Montero, would you be so kind as to create an application template for the TAC committee that includes the different representation categories?
Yeah. And I think there's a very good application already there. So I would be very happy.
It's very similar.
Yeah, they're similar. And so I would be happy to take that on, knowing that I don't have to start this from scratch.
Perfect, and that would be for the board's approval at the next meeting, and then it would be open for application following that meeting.
Mm-hmm.
So it won't overlap with the board vacancy, just to be clear. Okay, that's what we're doing with that. So the strategic plan presentation.
They get to go free.
You stand me enough today. Since just pulling out my presentation, gonna kind of give you an overview of finance and what we do. I know you guys pretty much know, as you hear from me every month, as we go through some different things. So this is just a quick little department overview. Next slide, please. Our mission in the finance department is to ensure fiscal health of the district. We want to enable safe, reliable, and efficient transportation for our community, maintain transparency, compliance, and stewardship of our public funds. It's very important to us that we make sure that we're spending our funds accordingly. Next slide, please. Our core functions is financial planning and budgeting. You all have been with us through budgeting many years, accounting and financial reporting. So the workshop that we did this morning with our financial reports is super important. It's all numbers, but how they look and how they're perceived is really important. I appreciate your feedback on those this morning and how we can update that. We manage our cash management and our payments, our grants and our funding. So how, the grants that we receive, the funding that we receive, making sure that we're following those processes appropriately. Financial oversight and risk management. We want to make sure that we're not setting out and going to be at risk for anything. And of course, strategic support. So that's, as we've talked about many times with the incoming SIF money that we have, making sure that we're strategic about that and that we're making sure that we're using those funds appropriately and getting the best that we can out of them and not starting anything that we can't continue with that. We talked about budgeting. Generally, we do just an annual budget. David and I are focusing more on looking to the future and making, our budgets further out. So we still do that annual budget with our board and such, but we want to be looking further into the future with those so that we're more prepared for bus purchases, for other capital expenses, and that we're staying on top of that. We have our micro transit pilot program right now, so we will continue with those programs and those things. And the finance department just really is the backbone for that, right? We just want to add that support, make sure that we're giving all of the data that we can in order to continue with those kinds of things and to continue to move forward. Excuse me. We want to make sure our financial reports are accurate and up to date and that we are compliant with government accounting standards. We do a lot of internal reporting amongst our team and then our external reporting. And, all of that reporting is the same, different levels for our team versus our board, but making sure that everybody knows what's going on. And we, of course, have our expense and revenue tracking, and you guys see that every month. We have accounts payable and receivable management. So Victoria and I manage that. You see that as well every month. Our cash flow, we make sure that, you see how much money we have in the bank, money coming and going, those kinds of things. We stay in compliance with ODOT and the federal government for our grant funding and reporting. And again, we minimize risk and we minimize our audit risk. We haven't had any issues with our audit for quite some time. That's something that, while I'm very proud of it, it is something that is a lot of work. A lot goes into that, a lot of conversations, making sure that we're following all of those rules. There's a lot of rules that fall within that, that a lot of people, you don't always see. So we just want to continue with that. Oversight and strategic support. So again, we monitor the financial health and identify risks. We implement internal controls to safeguard assets. The finance department advises the management and the board on our fiscal policies. And we do financial analysis for initiatives and service planning. So going forward, we will be looking at our SIF plan. We have that influx of money coming in. So that is something that we'll look at really carefully and make sure that we're following those guidelines and those kinds of things. As I mentioned, we're the backbone of the district. We're here to support the staff. We're here to support the board. We're here to support our community and make sure that we have reliable transit services. And we want to make sure that we're transparent in our decision making and that we're giving you all of the information that we can. That's all I have for today. Questions or comments?
Good presentation.
Thank you.
Any questions for Kelly? We have heard from her a lot today. I really appreciate you giving us that foundation. Again, we are a 4-member board right now, 4-person seated board at the moment. This information is public information. That packet will be part of our meeting packet. So anybody that is interested in our board is able to look at that information that you just presented. And this is part of getting our board ready for the strategic planning that we're going to do again. So thank you.
What should have been a separate item was kind of combined in here with the actual proposals received for the strategic plan.
I was wondering where those were supposed to be.
Yeah, it was in the strategic plan, so I think that's where.
Okay.
So here we have 2 proposals, one from SDAO. And just for the sake of time, I'm going to kind of get right to it.
Yep.
SDAO has a consultant, senior consultant, and Shanta Carter, who we worked with before, will be providing support. Their bid is $5,000. And going to the next one, Corregio.
Coraggio.
I knew I was going to mess that up. The Coraggio group, they have, I think, very, very good proposal as well. They did the city of Seaside and were highly recommended. Their price is $10,455 plus the additional work is $31,550. So 13,600 versus 5,000. I think they both cover basically the same thing. I think that I'm not even gonna try to say them. The second group could do some more detail and some maybe a more refined report. I think for where we are in our strategic planning spectrum and trajectory, that SDAO fits our budget and fits our requirements for a basic fundamental strategic plan, and I would recommend that we accept them as our facilitator for our strategic plan.
Discussion, Commissioner Alegria?
Well,
Go ahead.
you accept that, USDAO, what the, I guess that goes under professional services, right?
Mhm.
So we would eat up all our professional service money if we chose the second contractor, and SDAO knows us.
Commissioner Montero?
I have a question about the SDAO proposal. They have task 1 and task 2. Task 1 is project management, which I don't know what that means. What project is?
Strategic planning.
I don't know. Strategic planning is task 2. It says under task 1.1 says SDAO will provide ongoing project management throughout the duration of the project, including coordination, but they don't say that the project is about strategic planning. And then they say we'll produce monthly progress reports summarizing progress during the previous month and planned activities for the following month. I don't know what that all means.
So the project is the strategic plan development. So the preliminary work that needs to be done, where they gather information and collect information, just like with the reports we created. And then there would be, I think there's a workshop, they really want to work with us to define some of the things in advance. And then when we start doing the workshop, they'll actually collect all the information. And then when they're refining it, they'll have some feedback and we'll go back and. So it's the project in itself is the strategic plan. And the monthly progress reports, I think that's just their way of saying they're going to be communicating with us as we work through the process.
Okay, so I'll be honest and say when I looked at the two and I looked at the bottom line, sticker shock, obviously. However, I can tell you that I have years of experience working with the Coraggio group. They are a group that was solicited by the League of Oregon Cities to actually do strategic planning work for many cities. And City of Seaside started using them years ago before League of Oregon Cities came up with the program that they're doing. And while I see that their cost is higher, although when I look at SDAO, they say it's not to exceed $5,000, including expenses, but then it says labor will be billed at $66 an hour, and I don't know if that's
Within the,
is that within the 5,000. While I, if I was only looking at money, that would be one thing. When I look at my experience with Coraggio, when I even look at the proposal, the quality of the proposal that is made by Coraggio, I have to say that I would choose Coraggio. And I think there might be some wiggle room to talk about price with them. I think we will get something that we can use better.
oh, Commissioner Romero, did you have anything?
Well, actually, I I read this twice, and I was really impressed with the process. And again, thank you for your feedback, because I was wondering again, we can go with a Mercedes-Benz or Honda, right? And so, but in terms of the outcome, who knows? And so I guess when I was looking at that, I guess I was thinking, what us as an organization, what can we benefit the most? And then again, money's always an issue. But if we could negotiate something like Kim said, that was my preference, but but can we achieve the same thing with the other group?
Commissioner Levier.
The overall concern I have is financial, not only in terms of the price of the project, but in terms of money overall, in terms that the transportation budget has not been approved by the state. And if it does go on a bond issue, I think that there would be an overwhelming vote to either lower the gas tax and it would pass, which would affect the money that all the transit districts receive. So I would suggest to postpone this until you know what the transportation budget will be from the outcome. Yes, sorry.
Commissioner Matera.
I would suggest that we have almost $1 million in contingency. And this is a drop in the bucket. And this is our plan for our future. This is not just something we're gonna write and put on a wall and walk away from. And I can tell you that having gone through this experience with the city of Seaside, every 2 years, we have this plan, and it's a plan not just for our future, but it makes us accountable to the taxpayers. And we come out with, these are the things that we know we need to be doing. And having had that experience with Coraggio, I know what you end up getting. And you don't just end up getting something that says, okay, this is what we want to do, but we don't know how we're going to get there, kind of thing. I think if we're worried about the money immediately, we've got this money in the bank and we can afford this. That's not to say that I wouldn't want to go back and say, okay, are there any places that we can reduce? Because ultimately what this looks like is about $13,000.
Commissioner Alegria.
Well, the thing is, once you can postpone this after there is certainty about the budget, it's not going to hurt our planning for the future, but it could hurt the problem, not the problem, how the transits work. If you don't get any more money, where are you going to get it? You have the state and the federal, or you're going to raise the bus fares to $2, and that's supposed to support you. The priority at the moment, it seems, is to make sure we have enough money if things go haywire, and that's a polite word I have for that, about the budget at the state and federal level.
Now, I agree with you 100%. And if there was some way to ensure fiscal certainty in these times, I would certainly appreciate that a lot. I think we understand what the STIF is going to be. We understand what our 5310 and our 5311 money is going to be. We have a good idea what is promised to us now and what we expect to get. That can change at any time. I think we have a fiduciary duty and a responsibility to plan to move forward regardless. So we have to, and part of our discussion, Kelly and I talk about this all the time. What if we get this and we go this way? What if we don't get this and we go that way? We run this analysis all the time, but we can't stop and wait for all these things to be settled, because in this environment and this culture and at this time in history, I don't think that's going to happen. So we have a responsibility to make that call, to make the decision and move forward. I've looked at lots of proposals. I think Coragio Group has a really nice presentation. They have a really good background. They do a really good, and I would feel really, really confident they do a good job. I think the SD80 is fundamentally the same. It's not as polished necessarily, but they're doing the same activities. And at this point in time, do we need a Honda or a Mercedes? I think a Honda will be fine. It gets us to that first step. I think we could take this as a building block for the next step. We're as an agency, I think we're learning to crawl in terms of our way of strategic planning. So going basic fundamental would be a conservative approach. But I do agree with Tita to some extent, because if we can get the best plan possible, then we should. But then we can also go to some other consultants and we can spend hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars on plans. So we have to decide at this point in time, in history, for our little agency, what's going to be the best thing for us. I think they're fundamentally similar enough to where we could pick one or the other. I think we would get probably a little bit more of a polished and refined product from the other. But I think that from what we need today to plan our future and to move forward could be accomplished by either one of these proposals.
Thank you. I am going to make one last statement before we vote. And I will say that this is a tough choice because I do see the value, the both sides of these points. I will say that I believe right now is we do need some fundamental steps forward, and we can't wait. We need to get this on the agenda. We need to get these things on our calendars because, as we've seen, our calendars get really full really fast. I think that we need a basic strategic plan. And it was 2013 the last time we had a long-term comprehensive plan. And we got big funding to be able, assistance to be able to do that. And it is time for us to put in for that kind of funding again. So we can do a comprehensive plan update. And that we should start looking at the beginning of next year as to what that might look like and who we can get grant funding for to do a comprehensive plan update at the same time as we now dive into a strategic plan with the smaller steps. So with that, I will make a motion that we move forward with a strategic plan, foundational strategic plan with SDAO at this time.
Second the motion.
Motion was made by Chair Klezak and seconded by Commissioner Alegria. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Nay.
Motion fails.
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot about that.
Somebody else would like to make a motion?
What, do you have to make another, oh, because they
That
failed.
motion failed.
Again, I forgot.
I make a motion to use SDAO to develop a strategic plan in conjunction with the board.
I'll second that.
Motion was made by Commissioner Alegria and seconded by Commissioner Romero. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion passes unanimously. Moving on to new business. Director Carr. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. My apologies. I missed one. Thank you.
Sorry, guys.
So close. Thank you. This is my apologies. At the last meeting, we took a vote to change our policy about the, not our policy, our agreement to review the budget within the first quarter. And we took a vote that needed to be unanimous for it to pass. It was not unanimous, and yet we moved forward because I forgot the unanimous part, and I said that the motion had passed. So that motion actually failed. So we, at this time, as a board, have agreed to go through a budget review process within the first quarter. I don't know who's checking the calendar, but that means we're out of time. So we need to give ourselves some grace and leeway to hold a budget review process outside of that first quarter time period.
And I believe that the motion was that we do the budget review by the end of November. I think that was so do we feel we could do that still?
Well, I'll make a motion to postpone it to February,
No later than.
no later than February. I mean, we do have in January, we're starting the strategic plan.
I think no later than February gives us enough leeway to get it in as soon as possible, but doesn't box us in. But that's the motion. You said February, so that's the motion on the floor. Any seconds? Any seconds? Any seconds?
I'm going to second it for the purpose of discussion.
Discussion. Thank you. Motion has been made by Commissioner Alegria and seconded by Commissioner Montero. Discussion. Commissioner Montero.
As the person instrumental in making sure that this board would review the budget, which I, as a budget committee person, was the only one to vote against the budget. I want to express my concern that we have not fulfilled a budget review, because I am still concerned about the details of that budget. And come February, we're starting to look at the budget for next year. This budget becomes just something to follow. So I'm really not happy about this. However, I still think we need to look at the current year's budget, if now, for no other reason, that we make sure we don't make the same errors in the next year. So, for that reason, I would like to amend it to January, so we make sure we're doing it earlier in the year. I don't want to leave it till February 25th or till another meeting when we say, oh, we don't have enough time. I'd like to amend that to January. If you would accept the amendment.
Commissioner Legrier.
I can't accept the amendment because you want to start on the strategic plan in January. You have December, whatever it is, board meeting with applicants. You're going, you have 3 vacancies you have to fill. And like, that's all I have to say.
Commissioner Romero.
I guess I'm, Pamela has presented a good point. I think I would agree with her.
So the motion on the floor is to have the budget review session by February.
Correct.
Okay, any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Chair votes aye, the motion passes unanimously.
I will again take my prerogative under Robert's Rules of Order to express my disappointment and express my concern that we have not fulfilled what was initially intended. And the only reason I voted aye was to make sure we get this done, and I don't want to wait till the end of February.
Okay, thank you. College UPass.
Yes. I would like to take a moment to introduce our guest, Jared Hogue, the president of Clatsop Community College, and his Brianna Smith. She's a benefits navigator at Clatsop Community College, here in support of the presentation I'm making. Did you guys want to make any comments before I go, or?
Can I wait until the end?
Sure, absolutely. Jason, thank you. So this is a proposed UPass. And when I worked at the University of Washington, I was there for 17 years, and we had a UPass program, which was funded to $30 million, transported 40,000 students, 100,000 faculty and staff, and was an immensely successful program because at the University of Washington, we have 11,400 parking spaces and all those people. So this is not anywhere near that scope. What I've done here is tried to understand the economics and dynamics of our community. We are all fiscally constrained, and so the dynamics of those dollars just don't exist here. The essence of this proposal is to find an agreement that's beneficial to us in a way that we can get riders in the seat and they provide any other additional benefits to us. And then at the same time, we can reach out to the Clatsop Community College, the youth and the faculty, staff, and student there to encourage them to use transit. So if you go to the next slide. So you see here, all the benefits would be to allow of this UPass would be to allow the students, faculty, and staff to ride on our buses with the presentation of an ID. In exchange, also we would provide transit information. We would do a presentation at the beginning of the school year saying, hey, we have a transit program. Here's what you can do. Here's how you sign up, or in this case, how you get on the bus. And so we'd be encouraging them to use the bus and use the service to as part of their planning to go to school and continue their education. Another thing we can do is we can do mobility training and go there at the beginning of the year. So any any disabled folks or anyone who needs assistance, we can work with them right at the beginning of the school year and train them on how to access our system. In exchange for that, Clatsop Community College, we have a discussion to how to make compensation for that. As constrained as they are and as constrained as we are, we felt that if we could get conference rooms to use for our, like maybe a retreat or strategic planning or something like that, that would be a fair exchange. And also, we need help with our social media. And I don't mean Facebook, because we think we have that pretty good, and our website, pretty conventional. We're doing a pretty good job with it. But what we need to reach is this demographic, the students. Not only students here, but the students at the Job Corps, who I met with last week, and I could talk about that later. And the high school students. They don't use Facebook. Facebook is for
Old people.
yeah, old people, mature people, people who've been involved in some long time. Anyway, I'm gonna stop. So by working with the college, and they have programs, they have student government, and if we could get their assistance for even an hour a week and help us understanding what to post, Twitter, I don't even want to say them all because I get wrong, Snapchat, all those kind of things, that's going to communicate directly to that group. We don't have that bandwidth. We don't have the ability or capacity at this moment to do that. And they do it. They're the digital natives. They do this naturally. They do it all the time. And it's how they communicate. So if we can replicate what we do on the Facebook and do it on this other media, and with their assistance, that gives us a really good access to that demographic. And that demographic, that age group and the students, we're here to help them get to school. We're here to continue their education. We're here to help them get jobs. And that gives them that access to moving up in the world. And by doing this in partnership with them, we can increase our ridership. It's not going to be a huge increase, but we'll get some more people on the bus. That value to us is translated in how much funds we get, whether it's 5311, 5310. We're reaching those demographics specifically that we need to increase our ridership and attract more funding. So I'm asking for you to support the program and this partnership. I think this is, to me, this is the first stage of a three-pronged approach. Because if we can reach this agreement with a community college, we currently transport Job Corps students for free. And that's been a legacy thing we've done. And we need to renew that agreement. I talked to them last week. I'm jumping ahead, I'm sorry, but I have to put all this down. Is they've agreed to build us a concrete pad so we can put a shelter in a location. So we can reach cooperative agreements where we're going to get things of value and we can provide them with access to our system in a way that increases our ridership, and we get things that, well, we quite honestly can't afford right now. So I think it's a win-win for us. I think it reaches this group. I think it's really a good way for us to demonstrate our value and our commitment to the community. And this demographic, they don't have cars necessarily. They can't afford a car in today's $50,000 a year car market, and they need transportation. We can meet that. We can meet them where they are, and we can do this in a way that I think is beneficial for the entire community. Any comments?
Well, I would like to say we appreciate the opportunity to be partners. We had two events. We would be wide open to doing more collaboration. So, if there's training that you need to do with employees, we can be a part of that. I'd also say, and Bree works with our students, we received funding this year for the next 2 years for what we call benefits navigators. And so that's working with students that have needs related to finances. The number one reason students stop out of community college is finances. They have to go back to work. And being able to get to campus is a huge piece for us. It's not for everyone, but I know, Bree, sometimes the bus passes go like hotcakes.
Yeah, we definitely have a lot of students. I mean, I have a wait list right now of students who want to ride the bus but can't afford it. Again, they have a full schedule, so they have limited time to work outside of it, especially like our nursing program. So I have a lot of students who come to my door wanting to be able to ride the bus but can't financially afford to ride the bus. So the passes that we do receive do go very quickly. So any opportunity that we can offer our students to be able to ride the bus with no cost would be tremendous. And what you like, kind of second on what you said there, David, about having that ability to if they can succeed in school, then these are going to be community members and leaders in our community. So it's only building us up to a better position in the future.
And taxpayers.
And taxpayers.
And taxpayers.
Yes.
Commissioner Montero.
So I worked at Tongue Point Job Corps Center and helped start the program where Job Corps paid SETD a quarterly amount for the privilege of the students to ride Sunset Empire buses for free. And that was modeled on what was already going on between the college and SETD. And I'm trying to think how many years back that was. That was probably 2010, 2010. It was 2010. Boy, I can't. Yes, because I worked with you then. So I was surprised to learn that those programs were no longer in place. And I don't know when they fell by the wayside. I think that they are it's very important. Those programs are very important. I know that bus service and SETD doesn't live on bus fares. It lives on ridership. And so whatever we can do from ridership, I think is very important. I'm assuming that what you're looking at is some sort of intergovernmental agreement between SETD and the community college. So I'm assuming that what we're getting is sort of a 5,000 foot, 30,000 foot view of what would happen. I would hope a little bit more detail in terms of when you say ride fare free, you're going to be having what years this is, what kind of the other details, how many conference rooms up to, it says up to 2 times a year, etc. And student assistance for 1 hour a week doesn't sound like a lot. I'd like to see a little more detail there, and maybe it's a bulk of hours that gets chipped away at, because this project work. You don't come in 1 hour this week and 1 hour this week and 1 hour this week. It might be 5 hours this week, and then maybe in 2 weeks another 1 hour or 10 hours or whatever. So I'd like to see that kind of flexibility. But this kind of partnership, this kind of interaction and cooperation between organizations and governmental agencies, if you will, in our county, I think are very important and very valuable, and certainly to be supported.
Commissioner Alegria.
It's a magnificent proposal. People have come up and said, they used to be able to take the bus and now they don't. They can't. It gives, many of the students have financial troubles. And this would be excellent to help eliminate some of it. And I don't see anything. It's just a great project for both the Sunset and for the college, and it should be approved immediately.
I would add, I have terms and conditions that need to be added. We will continue.
I get into those details.
Once we get into the actual numbers, I put an hour because I honestly don't know how much time the students would. They're on their phones all day, so I can imagine it would be not really difficult for them to do a lot of time for us. So I was just coming up with a starting, and so we can refine those numbers, come up with something that we feel is fair and adequate, and and we certainly can do that. And then what we would do is we would draft that proposal. They would take it to their board and get it approved. After our board has approved that, a specific agreement. This was just getting an agreement in kind. So once we realized that this would be a good idea, we would actually work back and forth, get an actual agreement, an MOU or ILA or whatever, and then we would have the T's and C's and we would have all that.
So I would also suggest that you might think about putting in there something about a summer intern.
Well, they have a program and we're certainly going to look at that. That's not separate. I don't want to.
It's a little separate,
I
but
don't want to confuse things, so we and Jason and I have talked about this, about having specific internships. We have other things. And so we'll continue to look at those things. But I think for what we need today is just an approval on the concept. We will come back to you with an agreement once we've reached that. I did not want to go to the attorney and get all this stuff done, take it to their board without this initial nod. Now, if we can get that today, then we can move forward and we can bring you a bona fide agreement or sign off by the board at the appropriate time.
Remember, and that,
Great concept.
then I will just also add, great concept. I would like to see an official IGA that includes a tracking mechanism so that we are able to track student usage, so that we are able to see those numbers and be able to justify why we're doing this.
Yeah, we would definitely keep track of those numbers because
Both sides tracking mechanisms.
Yeah,
On our side and your side as far as, yeah.
the college has an ability to track data at a more granular level and really look at their demographics on how we would reach out to them and how they would interact with us. So I think that, yeah, absolutely. We want to look at those numbers because if we get overwhelming number of passengers, then we have to redo the agreement. But if we can just get a handful and get started, that's why this is the first series. And I'm hoping that it becomes a wildly successful program, not only here, but at Tongue Point and at the high school and then other high schools in the area. So, thank you.
well, the high school students already get free.
So we want to reach out to them. We want to get that little.
Okay, so the board is in favor of this concept. So if that is, yeah, are we?
I move that we give our executive director the go-ahead to move forward with a partnership with Clatsop Community College. Second. On ridership.
Any further discussion? So we're giving them the go-ahead on forming this partnership and they're going to come back with an official agreement.
Absolutely.
Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
SETD holiday dinner.
I mean,
Not you,
Jennifer,
Jennifer. SETD holiday dinner.
I've made a phone call and I tried to get some feedback from the Legion and follow the same format that we've done before, which is have them cater it. And we, like I put in the brief there anyway, that we paid about 55, I think, at like last year. Anyway, that's one way we can go, and don't know if that's, we haven't really had a meeting or anything about this, but I think the question is, can we financially afford it? Because it's about $4,000. Well, when we have the gift cards, when we have the dinner and the prizes and things like that, and then
to the gift cards for.
well, they have been 25.
And you spread them around to different stores in Clatsop County or gift cards?
No, it's just from Fred Meyer, a $25 gift card for all of the employees. Yep. And then the dinner, and then again, we have gifts and prizes, and it's a very festive event, but lots of fun. And the Legion has been, Seaside has been very economical to go there.
Yes.
Yeah, and it's easy, but person who has been the cook there is no longer there, so they are using a local restaurant in Seaside to cater to for the Legion events. So there's lots of other places we could have a dinner, but it's all the catering and all that stuff that you have to do. Obviously, it can get very expensive and be very time consuming. You know, it's a big deal.
Go ahead.
I thought the union had set aside some money for this.
I wouldn't know that. The union, I would never the union.
I wouldn't, I would not think
You don't know anything about that.
no.
Couldn't,
This is not really, the board's decision, is it?
I think the financial part is.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know.
Because it's a staff holiday party normally that the board is invited to.
It's budgeted.
And
Is
it's
it already
budgeted for.
Is it in the budget already?
Yes.
Okay, so it would seem that if it's in the budget already, it isn't something that we would have a motion that says we authorize so much money. But
Right.
if it's already in the budget, then it's part of operations.
Sorry, but it's either a go or it isn't a go, because it's almost, you know, we're not gonna find a place.
Right.
So,
And I don't think it's up to the board to say it's a go or not
Right.
go. I
I'm
think
only the staff that informs us and we are invited or not.
true. That's true.
So.
Yeah.
So I think that the board would welcome an invitation if the staff decides to move forward. How does that sound?
yes.
Okay.
Well, the other thing I'm just gonna say, since I have the floor a little bit, is that, we used the college, it's kind of how, we started this already with the college, when we rented the rooms up there to do the last, executive director interview process. And the fee was $800 for the 3 rooms, but it was 3 rooms, you know, because you have 3 stages going on. But the facility was wonderful. And I don't know, we probably wouldn't want to use it for this. But that's when we did do the bartering there, if you would too. We paid them back with passes. And so
That's like
it started and it worked really well, and it was easy to keep track of. So I'm sure it'll work really well again. But looking in the future for us, when we're going to be, doing, especially we're looking at some place to do any other outside meetings and get out of here and do them. Like for strategic planning, it'd be a great place to do it. But so this
Right.
Great facility.
Right. Well, because that is not a board decision, I'm saying this on purpose. The holiday party is not a board
Okay.
decision. It is the staff that they can choose to invite the board or not. And so we're just going to say we would welcome an invitation. So,
Okay.
Transit center parking fees.
Perfect time. So we have, full parking. And the cost of maintaining the lot and those kind of things, continue to increase over time. I do not recall the last parking fee increase we had. Okay, so it's maybe 5 or 6 years. We're asking for a modest increase. I think it's 5%. About 5. From $47.50 to $50. We don't think that's going to be exceptionally onerous or problematic, and we think it doesn't, while it doesn't generate much revenue, we feel that it's important for us to look at all of our revenue opportunities, and when we can't increase this 100% to make more money, because we obviously need more money, we think a 5% increase is a reasonable amount and ask that the board approve that we move forward with that.
Commissioner Legria.
I move to approve to $55. Is that what it is?
50.
50.
But 55, we'll take it.
Okay.
But here's 60.
I move that we approve $50 for the parking spaces.
Motion has been made by Commissioner Legria and seconded by Commissioner Romero. Any discussion? What is the city parking at the top? Do you know, anybody call the city to find out how much they're charging for parking in their lots? Okay. Yes.
Oh, the port.
No, the city charges for parking in the city. They have lots.
When I did a Google search, I didn't find any, so maybe something I'm just not aware of.
The city has lots that they charge for parking
Lots
spaces.
and lots.
So yes, lots of lots that they
Lots of
charge for spaces for. So, motion has been made and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion, chair votes aye, motion passes unanimously. I recommend calling the city and finding out how much they charge for their spots. Fiscal year 24 and 25 audit engagement letters.
Sorry, I'm writing notes. Hold on.
Okay, at least marathon board meeting.
So these are the engagement letters for the auditors who perform the AUP and for 24 and 25 and the audit for 25. And then for chair is asked to sign those so that he can do those and we be in compliance. Yes, this is awesome.
We need a
So,
motion
We got,
for
oh,
3 things.
There's three. There's the 24 AUP, the 25 AUP, and the 25 audit.
got it.
So if somebody wants to make a motion so we can have a discussion.
I move that we approve the engagement letters for Eisler CPA for the 3 audits.
Authorize them.
Oh, we authorize the chair to sign.
Do you need to include the years of that?
The 3 agreements.
No.
Sure.
See.
There's a motion on the floor to approve the 3 agreements with Eisler CPA and authorize the chair to sign.
Right.
I'll second that.
Motion was made by Commissioner Montero and seconded by Commissioner Romero. Discussion.
Okay, so I'm trying to see exactly how do I see the difference in each one of these letters? Because this one is dated October the 5th. And
In the body of the letter, in the first
says
paragraph.
it's the, okay, for the year ending
24.
June 30th, 24. Oh, here, June 30th, 25. I know when I looked at them before, and that's a longer one. And there's a third that's dated. There's the third one also dated October the 10th. And
That's the audit.
that's the audit. Okay. All right, now I see. And it looks like each one of these is $5,000. Am I reading that right?
First two.
The first 2?
One is different.
I know I highlighted it when I was looking at it.
It's 30, not to exceed 35,500.
So that's a total of,
45,500. Not to exceed. Not to exceed 45,500.
okay, so that's, and that's almost $15,000.
50.
45.
What about
10,000 plus 35,500 for the audit.
For the audit itself.
35,000 for an audit? I remember what we paid for the city.
Do we get it?
There it is, our fee for these services.
Mhm.
And that's the audit for the immediate past year. Correct? How much have we paid for this audit in the past? Okay. So they're not raising their prices on us. Okay.
And I'll tell you just from past meetings that I've been to, finding an auditor is nearly impossible. And finding an auditor that is even remotely affordable is even more impossible. So as much as, we talk expenditures and things like that, the audit is something that we have to have. And I was just at a roundtable a few weeks ago, and I can't remember the gentleman's name or what district he works for, but he had literally sent out to every audit firm in the state of Oregon looking for a response and got 0. So hanging on to our auditor is super, super important. And he was just here recently. He,
Yes.
does a good job, comes and talks to our board and things. I appreciate it. I have the ability to reach out to him, so.
And I appreciate the difficulty of finding an auditor. I appreciate hanging on to an auditor, but it's also commonly recommended that every so many years you change auditors. And so, and nowadays that seems to be an impossibility.
And that was something we discussed in that roundtable as well, as, generally speaking, every few years you do. And unfortunately, at this point in time, and the Secretary of State's aware of the difficulty in finding an auditor and not being able to make that switch and keeping your auditor and just kind of moving forward. And hopefully at some point that will change. It just does not seem to be a field that people are coming into. And when COVID happened, a lot of auditors retired. And so it just makes it that much harder.
I know.
And I've experienced with another organization trying to get an auditor and very difficult.
Never mind a municipal auditor, which is what we need. I mean, that's why it's so rare and hard to find. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion passes unanimously. SIP fund spending suggestions.
Yes.
So I received an email from Arlen, thank you, Arlen, that initially, previously I'd asked for what are some of the project type things you'd be doing in the future if we got the funds. Now, ODOT and has asked us specifically for more detail and what we would do if we received this money. The money in 27 and 28 biennium is projected to be in the neighborhood of about $2 million. For us. And that's the increase from 0.1 to 0.2 that we will receive through the most recent legislation. The challenges for us is that our plan has very specific lanes where we can spend money in, and the plan cannot be changed other than those projects, those specific projects. So what we have to do is, in the middle of this term, split it into two. So we get the money we get in one term, we have to spend in the existing plan. And then the money in the next one we spend in the new plan. And Kelly and I talk about this ad nauseum because it's so complicated. But with the $2 million we'll receive, the reason we can't plan for it ongoing and continuously is because it sunsets. So what we can only foresee in the reality of today's world is we're going to receive that money for 2 years, and that's it. We are limited to how much we can put in reserve. I think it's 15% in one area and 12.5% in another area. So we can put some of it away, but we can't squirrel all of it away. We can also do some different things. What we need to do is in a 2-year period is expend an extraordinary amount of money in a way that advances our program. So what is that going to be? And some of the examples that I put together were like, we need a new roof. We'll need to replace vehicles. We'll need to do more training and development. There's a number of things that we need to address that we either don't have the funding for, or we need a mechanism to do that. Those projects, in terms of other things, in terms of that include cybersecurity, just security in general, safety. We don't have risk management person. We don't have an IT person. We don't have these other positions. I'm not saying we create positions and do this or we don't add bus service, because what happens is if we add all this stuff and the funding is not forthcoming, then we have to stop it. So we're really in a little box. So what we can do, because we can't project it long term and say if we were getting this money every year, we could do a lot with it. We could expand our routes, we could offer different services, we could hire people, we could do that. But because it's constrained, and until we see what that horizon looks like, we need to have some shovel-ready projects to spend money. So the issue is being able to spend that money and do it efficiently and effectively. But at the same time, we can't say, well, we're broke and we're struggling with our funding, and yet we're gonna spend $2 million. Well, we're kind of in that box. So the plan is, at this point, would be to gather the projects, prioritize the projects, which is really gonna be what the strategic plan is about. But for today, I just need some ideas and concepts of what you think is important, some shovel-ready stuff we can do, and be prepared to share that with them so that they have an idea. I mean, obviously, this is not, you're not gonna hold this to us, right? You're gonna come back later and say, well, we didn't say this, David, right?
And it has to be in your plan already.
Yeah, or in our new plan for the next plan.
Right.
Yeah, so, trust me, Kelly and I talk about this all the time. So we have some alternatives in the near term that are within our plan, and then we have some alternatives in the longer term that are, we can change our plan to adopt. So I'm asking
What are
today.
the things on your list already? Did you say that you've talked about it?
Yeah, I
You said a new roof.
Mhm. Roofs. There's two.
Oh, 2 roofs. Where's the other? The roof.
In Warrenton, yeah, they have,
Warrenton?
the current moss roof, and moss covered roof is not
The
going to.
green roofs are all the rage
I know.
these days.
Until it leaks.
It's okay.
So, and then, so vehicle replacement, we have a community capital replacement
We have
plan.
a wonderful.
Yeah, well, we're gonna talk about non-revenue vehicles too, but I mean, there's just a lot of needs across the agency. And I'm just looking to get some idea, if you have any things that you would like to bring forward, now is the time to do it. I can put it in here. But the regular fundamental stuff, the painting, carpet, maintenance, we have a limited amount of money for maintenance. We need to be able to get caught up on our maintenance. We probably have $1 million in deferred maintenance. We probably have $1 million in deferred vehicle replacement. And we're only gonna have so much money, so we can't do everything. And we can do our priorities, but I'm asking you at this point, is there anything that resonates with you that we could put in here now? It's not a formal commitment. It's just in case of something. I mean, I'm looking around. I'm looking at, I need carpet. I need recording equipment. I need laptops. So I have that information. I've got a really good foundation for what that looks like. What I need is what else that I'm not seeing that maybe is at 35,000 foot level. Not, I got the
If
infantry.
you look at it every day and we don't,
Yeah.
you're gonna have the best ideas, I
Mhm.
think. But just from my tour, I look at the yard that we have out in Warrenton, and I don't know whether you need to reconfigure the inside of some of those buildings to make it more efficient and effective. I know you've talked about bringing staff over to this building, and I have to say, I feel really sorry for Madai. I would never work in her office with those trucks passing her by where she can't even be on the phone when the trucks come by, and they come by often. If I was Madai, I'd say, please move my office. But and you guys know what kind of configuration would work best for you. So if that's where some of the money could go, and I've heard that you've been unhappy with the computer system, the financial system you have. I don't know if that's something that needs more Band-Aids or needs some other kinds of replacements, but maybe that's something you need to be looking at. I'm trying to think of one-line stuff.
And I'm looking if there's anything that you see in the community, or, I mean, there's a couple, like, I'm looking at a bus shelter at Ensign and a bus shelter at Sunset Beach, thank you. And trying to figure out how to do those things.
Do we need bus shelters in CISO?
We need, I think we have identified, I don't know that we've identified a specific area, but we certainly will we can look at those too. So I would add that to the list.
So
I'm just asking if you have anything that jumps off to you, because I'm gonna put this in tomorrow. And
okay,
it's just a placeholder. It's not a.
before we go further, I'd like to direct a question to Arla. Arla, is this looking for a list of specific projects, or types of projects.
Say you would be leveraging federal funds.
Right.
So you would have to have both the STIP and a federal.
Okay. So we would,
This is using stiff as local match.
As local match or using the
Yeah.
federal.
Yeah, so we did 311 and stiff as match and we buy, 5339, buy vehicles and use this match.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
That includes non-revenue vehicles.
Non-revenue vehicles would be better in your STIP formula.
so, I mean, I think this is a question that the board is giving direction on types of projects, not specific projects necessarily, because it's not the board's job to say specifically where we spend our money. We want to say greater picture, where do we want the emphasis on? We can't give him a project list. This is not that is not our job. But do we want to focus on security type of things? Do we want to focus on efficiencies? Do we want to focus on planning? Do we want to focus on, which areas and what types of things which I know Pamela doesn't like the word. But that's what they're called in these kinds of plans. Passenger amenities, which we know are necessary features to creating more welcoming passenger.
Couldn't leave the board if I hear that word again.
Don't you dare.
So,
But that's the language that is used in this kind of.
But I want to tell you, I searched ODOT's manual for the word amenities, and it's not in there anymore. So we're behind bus times.
Okay.
Okay.
is this someplace where you could be saying, funding for future strategic planning activities?
Comprehensive planning.
Comprehensive planning activities?
And I think we do have a lot of deferred maintenance projects. I will say that when I came on this board, which is now a very long time ago, the first time, replacing the roof was a conversation we were having. And I know that has not been done. So, yes, exactly. In both places. And so that is a very deferred maintenance project that could put our district and its function at risk were it to fail.
Yes, I agree.
So.
How about something with, monies for, planning's not the right word, but something about employee retention, attraction and retention.
Commissioner Romero.
Yeah, regarding consumer amenities, one thing that I've noticed, and I don't know if this is indicative of other shelters, but I live in Warrington, and during my bike rides or my walk, at one shelter near the subsidized housing, everything's in English, there's nothing in Spanish, and I do not know if that's indicative with other shelters.
Usually do both post. Okay.
Okay.
That's
Define now, maintenance that is crucial, like the roofs. The rug, we can live with the rug. It's not going to improve the sunset. On the other hand, the lack of shelters, Sunset is horrible. Sunset Street is horrible. I think that's a priority. What I like to see is that we hit the maintenance that is severe and somehow get some money for groups, for maintenance of the buses, or replacement of the buses, so that the focus is on passengers. So you can have all the planning in the world, and I'm a planner by training. You don't have the buses, the routes, and that's what I hear from the community. Sometimes I don't like to say, when I have to, I'm a commissioner, because I don't hear nice things. And so a big complaint is that there's not enough stops of the buses and routes. And if we can somehow do the money for the major maintenance, so we have money later on to do another route loop rather than another plan. And you know what they say about plans. Sorry.
Okay, thank you.
So just kind of to echo what Pamela was just saying is that the projects can focus on the services we're providing to our riders. And so whether that's increasing frequency on the routes that exist, because that is within our plan, and increasing the service to the people that where we already run and where we ran at the time of our limits.
Thank you.
All right. Correspondence.
Yours.
So correspondence, the board asked me to send a letter to legislative leadership. I did. I sent a copy to the board, so you're all aware. Mary's handing them out just to make them part of the packet. Nothing new there.
Thank you very much.
Yep. Moving on. We received a letter from Eric Barton.
You can share it.
Should be in the packet. Did everybody read that? We received regarding the service that he used. Was that the microtransit? So he was a microtransit rider and reporting the new buses that the buses that we're using for microtransit and paratransit now. So there's that. That's correspondence. Any other correspondence?
Did you say about Eric? Yes.
Yes. Staff reports.
So I'll start with my report. We have been, Jennifer has been working with surplus vehicles, and we actually sold some of them.
Mm-hmm.
And then the remaining vehicles that did not sell will either recycle, not recycle, how do I put this? We're going to put them up for sale again with some other vehicles, and then if they don't sell, we'll sell them at scrap, surplus. And TAMS is transit and asset management analysis. So we're going to look at all of our assets, specifically the vehicles, look at their life cycles and when they need to be replaced, and looking at that in the context of when we buy them, when we get rid of them, and try to create a program where we have a strategic, it's part of our, is it a trickle down with the strategic plan to have a TAMS plan to manage your assets. ODOT, I met with Arla, had a great conversation about a number of things, and I think we have a really good relationship, and she's very, very supportive of us. Wanted to say, I have it somewhere else. We purchased new vehicles and we made a payment for those new vehicles. So in full disclosure, I reached out to Arla and said, we have a cash flow problem. So we can't buy buses for $250,000 and wait for reimbursement or $750,000 and then wait for reimbursement for $750,000 because that would we did cash flow analysis and it takes our cash flow down to a really small number. Mm-hmm. So Arla and ODOT were really working hard behind the scenes. When we took delivery of these vehicles, our reimbursement started immediately. And we got our reimbursement within the same month we got the vehicles. So on our balance sheet and on our, we were able to get the vehicles, pay for them in the same month. So we never had a cash flow problem. It probably a little unusual, but I think that because of the nature and the situation we're in, I think sometimes that creative approach to funding and financing and delivery and payment of vehicles is just sometimes it gives us a little bit more favorable situation.
Well, that was not only in our best interest, that was in ODOT's best interest as well, to keep us solvent. So.
Yeah, I don't think it was ever a question. It was just we didn't want to have to draw on reserves or do anything.
Yes.
This found a way to do it within
everybody's best interest. And
thank you.
I'm glad that ODOT is helpful.
Oh, nice.
Okay, so leading people, strategic plan preparation, we say that here. We're doing our regular staff meetings and one-on-ones. The conference, we did unfortunately have to cancel that. We do plan to attend SDAO in significant numbers. And to try to rotate staff through there so they all get the experience. Then we developed short, SMART goals for each of the senior management team. And I'll give you an example here. Since we don't have a strategic plan yet, we had to come up with some goals to guide our activities for this part of the year. So in this case, my goal was specific. I met with local government officials and related agencies in the area. And then I met with all the councils and boards in the region and meeting electric field. That's the measure. Achievement is attending the meetings and meeting them. And then the relevancy is establishing direct relationships with officials to ensure communication and build trust, establishing other relationships, and being able to come up with agreements like the community call. And then it's within the first 120 days. I've met with almost every board. I have a few more to cover. I talked to the city of Astoria recently, and I'm able to kind of network with them. And this goal shows that I have a very targeted approach to this. I'm very specific on what I'm trying to do, and I'm going to be able to accomplish this goal within this time frame. So when I'm doing my own evaluation, I'm able to check off, yes, I accomplished that. Each of my senior staff team have a similar thing, whether they pick 2 or 3 goals. They're very specific, and while the goal is super important, and it's the process. We create a goal, we create a process of measuring it and monitoring it, and then you achieve the goal. And as we do this throughout our thing, when I'm doing evaluations, stuff like that, it's very easy. Here are my goals for the year. I accomplished 2 of them. The 3rd one is in process. It gives me a very concrete way to evaluate and look at employees. Committees, we have a microtransit team that meets regularly. That program is really doing well. I want to extend kudos to Jason for his work and Mary. Your work with media and stuff has been outstanding. We're getting all that. We're not only getting some airtime, we're getting like free airtime. And in fact, I just got a request for interview today that they want the media and the community wants to hear about it. They want to see what we're doing. It's creating that positive energy, and we're continuing to do that. The holiday event planning committee, we talked about that earlier, and SDO nominations. We nominated a couple of employees for the upcoming SDAO conference. I think it's important that we recognize employees. I think it's important that we put it out there in the community, and important that we work with other organizations to recognize them. So I'm optimistic that we would get one of our nominees recognized, but like they say, it's an honor to be nominated. Mary Parker completed SDAO best practices, and we will receive a 10% discount on our SDAO general liability, auto liability, and property insurance. And we talked about the short-term fund with a 4.6, 4.5 versus 1.76 opportunity. So we're looking for ways. They seem small, not significant numbers, but each of these dollars really reflect back on us a way to have, it's whether it's $10,000 here or $5,000 there, it's real money, and it gives us a chance to do things with it. Again, continue with the microtransit team. I attended the Cedar meeting. That's the other county executives and city managers in the area. I met with them yesterday. It was really, or day before yesterday, it was really a good meeting. I went to the Gearhart City Council as one of my goals. We went to Pacific Transit. Jennifer has got a fantastic relationship with Pacific Transit across the river. We're working with them and communicating with them like we haven't before, so it's a really good relationship. I did refer to Community Clatsop before. Town Point Job Corps Center. That's the same thing. If we can complete that IGA, it's different for everybody. IGA.
I think it'd be an MOU.
Or an MOU, we call it. So if we can do that with them, we do that with local high schools and such.
Go back in history and find the old MOU.
Yeah.
You've got to have it.
Well,
Yeah.
I actually have a copy.
Oh.
So reaching out, I think are productive and are really generating, I think will be generating a lot of results. I attended the Northwest Area Commission on Transportation virtually. Listened to the senator talk about transportation. There was a statewide MSISAC membership. We have an opportunity to join this group. It's on cybersecurity, and we attended, Kelly pointed out the webinar to me, and we were able to attend it, and it's free. So we're looking into signing up for it. We should be able to participate in that program. It's sponsored by the state, so it allows us to network and get services through this organization. It used to be federally funded, now it's only state funded, but we have an opportunity to really look at our cybersecurity and enhance that. Lastly, Representative Javity is going to be on November 7th. We're going to do it at 3 o'clock. He's texted me since then that the time might change, so I will let the board know if, when that will happen.
So he is gonna meet with you and with board members?
He's coming here, essentially do a little tour, then we want to do a photo opportunity.
Right.
At this point, I'm inviting the board, if they want to participate, to let me know. I will reach out, I will be working with Javity and John Layton and coordinate this.
No,
I think it-
not Layton, sorry.
Lansing.
Lansing, that's because of L, sorry.
So, yeah, John texted me this morning, so he will be here and we'll do something. I think part of our thing is we want to thank him for his support of transit and just get a chance to, get a picture of a bus and have it on the paper.
So at this point, it's gonna be at 3?
It was supposed to be at 3. He wants to push it back to 1:30, but I'm trying to not lay, before I tell you what time it is, I want to lock it down. So I'll let you
What
know.
date is that?
The 7th.
Oh, that's a really good day.
November 7th, I will be out of town, so unfortunately I
will
can't
be
be
out of
here,
town
but
as
if you
well.
can make it, please do. Commissioner Allegra, did you have a question?
Not a question, I just had suggestion that for David, and that is that you're doing some publicity with media, is to stress that our financial situation has improved and how we've done it. Not necessarily specifics, but I think that's on some people's mind, and that and that's up to you. But if you don't feel that's a good idea,
Oh, no,
it's be prepared if they do ask.
I think my experience with local media is the lead is, hi, how are you? How are you guys doing financially? So that question comes up every time. So I think I'm pretty well versed on response in terms of, we're doing fine. We are not in imminent danger. We rely on continued funding and support throughout the community. And I try to emphasize that there's no immediate danger, but that we still rely on the community for support, and that the things like in the legislature, and that we need their support.
And also that the Sunset has set up financial checkpoints, if you want to say, to avoid the previous.
I could do that, but my message is really forward looking, and I really try not to look backwards. I really try to say we're doing well, we're moving forward, we have this micro transit program. I'm really trying to emphasize the positive and the future. I think going backwards is counterproductive. But if there was a direct question about that, I certainly would put that we have significant financial safeguards in place and stuff. To say that just puts us in a negative light, and I'm really trying to keep everything on the positive light. And that's just a kind of a communication method. Or if I could keep everything on the positive side, emphasize what we're doing positively, emphasize that we're in good shape going forward, and that we're able to do this with their support. That's really been my message, and I'm hoping that's what resonates throughout the community and not a lot of circles.
Okay,
Thank you.
Commissioner Montero.
On November 7th, I think that probably the reason he wants to push it back from 3 o'clock is we have a groundbreaking ceremony in Seaside for workforce housing. And I would say it would be really good for you to be there too. And that might be where he is planning, where Javity is also planning to be. It's from 3 to 7, or excuse me, from 3 to 5 at in Seaside, our new Pacifica housing.
Okay, So to wrap this up, do you have any final parts of your report before we hand it off to your team? Because we're approaching 1 o'clock. Okay, team reports.
There's aren't you guys all six?
Operations.
Do you have any questions? I do.
Yes.
Actually, I'm looking at the ridership report, and it appears that ridership is down everywhere except for ride assist.
That's the micro
Is
transit.
that the microtransit? So when you say ride assist, that is only microtransit or microtransit and
Ride assist
And-
is all the curb to curb.
curb to curb?
Yeah, all
Okay.
curb to curb.
So might you maybe put on that slash microtransit so people can see, can you split out microtransit at all from that?
In Nicole's report, she has it broke down by each service. And her, and
She's got
Nicole,
paratransit applications. Oh, service, is that micro T 36?
yeah, that's how many rides were performed.
Got it. All right, now I know where to look. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah,
Otherwise, I think,
Congratulations on the buses selling.
yes, great.
Fingers crossed for some more
the
of
second
that.
one's getting picked up next week.
Wonderful.
Okay.
They just called while we were sitting in the board meeting, so, and they're anxious to come get theirs. The other two were sold. One was paid for, but that was a month ago, so Gov Deals is recommended to keep a couple of different names.
Were they sold to individuals or were they sold to other bus?
I mean, they have a person's name on them. I'm not sure if it's a private agent or
You can explain the website and Gov Deals. Explain what Gov Deals is.
Oh,
surplus items. And,
right.
yeah, they're a huge help in getting things listed, and they met with Kelly and I.
Right.
Very, very helpful. So.
All right. Jason?
Yeah, let's see here. I'm only gonna highlight one thing and then any questions will be fine. I've been having the opportunity to speak at the Clatsop Health Coalition, which is really cool. If you all don't know what that is, it's a group of a bunch of services who are getting together to talk about a variety of things regarding challenges, CBH, CCA, veteran services, all the local clinics, hospitals and stuff. And the number one thing that comes out of all of them, I was just in a meeting where they did their future strategic planning, and the number one thing that is the challenge to all of their various services is transportation. The number one thing. So you want to talk about fertile ground, and I get this opportunity to be able to speak in front of them. So I have a blast doing it, and it's usually a highlight to my mom. So other than that, I just continue to do mobility management stuff, IT stuff, recording videos, news reports, radio ads, and all that kind of stuff. So if there's anything else, I can definitely help you out.
Commissioner Montero?
Oh, I didn't mean.
All right.
I just didn't put it in.
HR?
So I really don't have much. We did hire 3 people. We finally got the background checks back, so that was great news. And we're still interviewing more people for driving positions. One of the people that we did hire was not attendant, so hopefully he'll be able to start soon. Yeah, that's about it. It's exciting. It's exciting us to go forward.
Thank you. Kelly, we'll skip you. We'll give you a little break.
What? I made her do this.
I know, I appreciate that. Thank you. And executive assistant. Is Nicole still on?
No,
And that's what I thought just was double checking before I moved on to Mary.
My turn?
Your turn.
Oh, I've just been working on microtransit, same thing, radios. We would got, press release, all that stuff. But we did get in the paper, and I don't know if you noticed it, but and nice. It was really nice. It's these Signal really had a nice article. Yeah, very nice. And the Esther did too. But it's been really encouraging to work with all different types of media and how encouraged they are for us, and how I mean, they're just connected and it's like a resurgence. So it's really nice, very nice. That's about what I have to say.
That's it.
Could I just take a minute with you? Mary Parker. I want to thank you so much for everything you've done for me in this short period of time. We've done so much for this board over the years. I think that you're definitely a treasure and you're definitely going to be missed. And
Relic.
What do you mean, could you be missed? Not leaving, right?
Mary has tendered her resignation and her last day will be Monday the 3rd. And Mary, thank you so much for all your service and for getting it done. And I really want you to know how much you're appreciated by me and by our team and by the board. So thank you very much for everything.
Mary, it's not much. It's not even a fraction of the gratitude that we contributed. Being the silent board member over here that is non-elected that keeps the board going. So thank you so much for all that you contributed all of these many years. We are going to miss you so much. Yeah,
You guys do.
Yeah. But you know,
Been
we
here for a
have to
long
take
time.
care of you.
2010.
Yeah, take care of you. So
Yes, yes, it. Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
miss you.
It's gonna be really boring now.
We got some board vacancies open.
Oh, you know. Sometimes I was like, oh my God, no. You don't want me on that board.
Anything else before we get Commissioner Montero?
Yes, I just have two short things. That funding, you were looking for ideas. I don't know if this is a short-term thing, but to spend some of that money funding, grants for bus passes to nonprofits in our area. I want to make sure that the rest of the board members know, please send me your ideas for interview questions for our interview for applicants. And put December 14th in your calendar as the day that we're going to have the meet and greet. Excuse me. And an interview. And that's a Sunday. And I'm thinking in the afternoon, just like we did the applicants for executive director. That's it. Thank you.
I'd entertain a motion to adjourn if there's nothing further.
Make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion was made by Commissioner Libby and seconded by Commissioner Romero. All those in favor? Aye. Meeting is adjourned at 1:02.